All right, there we go. What's up, y'all? What up, what up? Welcome to the show. How's everybody doing tonight, man? Y'all good? We got Dyson in the chat. What's up, Dyson? Y'all ready to make some music, man? Y'all doing all right out there? Y'all good? I guess it might be a little late at night for some of y'all, but it might be like what, the afternoon for the rest? Morning? The evening, maybe? Let's see. Let's make a tune, man. Let's make a tune. Let's see. Trying to think like what I want to do with this. What kind of tempo we gonna use? Okay, instead of doing something completely from scratch, I might go ahead and do one of my recordings. Cause I mean, shit, I got like, let me see. Let's see. On this phone, I got about almost 4,000 recordings. You know what I mean? Look at that. Look at that. Almost 4,000. Y'all probably can't even see that number right there at the top. I don't know. But yeah, right there. 3,854. So it's more than enough. More than enough to make a bunch of tracks from. All right, but yeah, give me a second, y'all. Let me listen to one of these, and we're gonna make something with it. All right, give me a second. Okay, we got it. We got it. That's kind of tight. Okay, we got the right note. Okay. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. What's up, Christian? So you gotta go to bed. Hope you had a blessed day today. Well, thank you. Thank you. Likewise. Said, hope you have a blessed day tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. Same to you. I have school tomorrow in bowling practice at school. Jesus loves you. Same to you, Christian. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. And thank you for, you know, stopping by and saying that. I really appreciate that. So I want to do a chord with this. Yeah, basically that's the tune. But I'm trying to like think what note. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I can do both. I can do both of them. Cause you know, so like I like to, you know, have a lot of transitions in my music, right? Go from one thing to another. So what I could do is have like a major minor situation. I don't think I've done that in a long ass time, you know? I could do it like that too. Dyson, you gotta go to sleep in 1 minute. In 1 minute? Okay. All right. Well, have a good night, Dyson. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Let's do this one first, and we'll do the other two in a second. We'll do it like that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do it like that. Oops. I played the wrong note. All right, we'll rock with that for now. Okay, I like that. So we got that part. We got that part. Let's do this one. So it'll be the same exact tune, but like with a different set of chords. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Instead of that. So we'll do the same concept. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Do it like that. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oops. Okay. Something like that. A lot of the stuff is improv at this point. You know what I mean? We kind of just filling in whatever. Just filling in whatever. Did we have? Oh, we didn't get that one pattern in. Hold on. Let's take out these two. I really should have did the, what's it called? Should have did it right next to each other. So we'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. Let's get the labeling, man. I don't like to label my patterns, but, you know, sometimes you have to, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I'm having a whole bunch of different ideas, you know what I mean? It's hard to decide. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of have fun sometimes just messing around with the notes and seeing, you know, what I can make, because in a way it kind of helps you brainstorm, you know? Like you can have an idea of what you want to do and what you want to make, but when you get to messing around with the notes, you know what I mean? Sometimes you come up with different ideas that you didn't even plan for. You see what I'm saying? I was talking about this, I think, yesterday on the other show. On well, no, it was a music stream for sure, but yeah. got so far? Let's see. Okay, so we got that part. And then pattern 6. Oops. Yo, Urban Wizard, what's up, homie? How you doing, man? So we got these two. I'm thinking maybe the chord that we have might not be what I want it to be. But let me see, hold on. Let me think. I might have to go back to my recording to see what's up with that. So we got this one, these two. This goes together. Yep. Yep. But yeah, how's everybody doing tonight, man? Y'all good? Y'all doing all right? He said, no magic tricks today. Just a quick shout out to fellow artists. Okay, I got you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. It's good to see you, man. All right. Yeah, let me check one of my recordings real quick. I mean, not one of them, but the one that I'm working with. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna see what else I'm gonna do. Okay, give me just a minute, y'all. Don't forget to like the video, sub to the channel. Something I just thought about before I, really get off into it, because I don't want to forget about it. I want to add like some of those in, but which pattern would I go with? This one? Yeah, we could do that. Some subtle notes, Okay. All right, yeah, give me a second, y'all. Okay. So we have a different kind of setup now. Matter of fact. Yeah, I think it's these notes. Yeah. Something like that. All right, hold on again. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go. All right. We're going to try it like this. We're going to try it like this. Let's see. What's up, Meta? What is it? Meta FLV Music? What's up? What up? Let's see. It's funny because I'll listen to my recording and I'll sit there and I have it in my head. I'm like, okay, cool. That's how it's gonna be. And then I get ready to play the notes, and sometimes I forget. Let me think. I know it's these two notes. These two for sure are in there. Let me think. I might need some caffeine, man. That's what I think it is. I need to, yeah, get some energy. Yeah. All right, 1 second, Joe. My bad. All right, we got it figured out. We got it figured out, man. Let's see. Let's do it like this. We'll start a new pattern. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, basically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we'll rock with that. So what other kind of chords you gonna use? All right, cool. I like it so far. Let's give it a name. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to actually get a new SD card. Because apparently every time I write to this SD card that's in here now, um, yeah, it's like nothing's saving. You know what I mean? So what I'm thinking to happen is maybe the SD card is full, which is crazy, bro. Like 200 something gigs. Really? Hold on, let me see something. Let's check something right quick. 1 second, Joe. Let me see something here. Let me see something. Okay, yeah. All right. I'm gonna put a new SD card in, but I ain't gonna do it right now because I'm gonna have to transfer all the drums over. I'm gonna have to put all the expansions back on there. It's a lot, you know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna worry about it right now. Offline after the show, you know? I'll do that. Cause it was funny because I was saving music to the MPC earlier today and I tried to save something and it wouldn't save. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here? But that makes sense. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get some drums up in the chat. Put whatever letter you want to in the alphabet, and we'll pick some drums after that, all right? I'll give y'all a minute to do that, man. Yo, what's up, bro? What up, Kim? That'll work, man, that'll work. K-E-N, huh? All right, we can do that, K-E-N. Let's get him in real quick, K-E-N. Yo, kid, I don't remember if you said it, you a Gemini, bro? That's a very Gemini thing to do. He's like, yo, use my name. How about that? That's hella funny. All right, so KEN, we picking KEN drum packs. Let's see. How about put a number in the chat between 1 and 4. Between 1 and 4. Any number in the chat between 1 and 4. The first number I see is what I'm picking now, okay? So put a 1 in the chat, a 2, a 3, or a 4. All right? Any one of those. Are you a Taurus? Oh, okay, shit. That's what's up, bro. 4? I mean 3? Okay, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. KEN. Let's see. We got 2 E's. I don't see no N's yet. We got a K. We got 1 N. Okay, perfect. So we have all 3. How about put a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat? Yeah, 1, 2, or 3. Yep, do it like that. 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. You said a 40-year-old Taurus. That's what's up, man. Was you the one that be going to the gym a lot too? You be hitting the gym, bro? Shit, I got back into fitness, heavy over the last 6 months. Shit, I after my son was born, man, I gained a bunch of weight. You know what I mean? Just kind of sitting around with him, and at some point I was like, you know what? I want to live a long time. I want to be around for him. I want to be healthy, and plus, I want him to see photos of his dad and be like, okay, my dad, he was taking care of himself. You know what I mean? Had it figured out. So what I did was change up my diet completely. I quit smoking cigarettes. I got rid of my gym membership, before that, but I started doing calisthenics, and like I said, changed up my diet, and I went from like 235 pounds to like Uh, right now I'm in between like 177, 180, right around that number. And I'm 6 foot tall, so you know, I got back to kind of how I was back when I was like 12, 20 years old, 19, 21, right around there. Yep. Yeah, I do some form of exercise almost every single day. You know, pretty much. Do I have abs? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they're not like cut up. You know what I mean? They're not. I'm not ripped, but they're definitely visible. You know what I'm saying? Compared to how I used to look, man, I was fat. I ain't gonna lie. 235 at 6 foot tall, and then not really, not really working out, man. It was, yeah, yeah. But nope, I dropped that weight and it changed it around. And I feel a hell of a lot better than I did too. Like I feel, more energized. Right now I'm a little bit sleepy because, I just kind of woke up from a nap a little bit ago. But yeah, I'm making me some tea, or I had made some tea, drinking some Earl Grey tea and some green tea. Finna have some coffee along with that just to get that spike in caffeine. You said yours a cut up? Well, yeah, if you go every day, shit. And that's a good thing for a tourist, because I ain't gonna lie. A lot of tourists like to eat food. Every tourist I know really has a strong affinity to food. Every single tourist I know. Now I have another friend, another guy that I know, that he's very gym focused. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to eating food, man, he'll sit there and eat till he can't hold no more food. You know what I'm saying? Luckily for him, he's into the gym, so he ain't fat. But yeah, a lot of tourists that I know, they're drawn to food. Like y'all got some type of love relationship with food. You know what I mean? If the food look good or tastes good, then y'all just be all into that. You say you're not a food person, but you have a bad sweet tooth. Okay, well see what I'm saying? There's something. It's some relationship between tourists and food. There's something. There's some connection. You know what I mean? Now everybody loves food. Don't get me wrong, but that's just the the trend that I noticed between tourist people and food. It's like there's something about food in them. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty funny. But all right, y'all. Yeah, put a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. We gotta pick. We're picking either the K that's up in here, the N, or one of the E's. All right. So we got 4 drum packs in total to pick from, but we're gonna pick either a E, a K, or an N. All right. So 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, y'all. But yeah, I just got to be in shape for my boy. You know what I'm saying? Want to be able to run around with him because he's only 1 years old right now, so I gotta have the energy to keep up with that kid. And I'm 34, so I waited kind of late to have kids, but you know, I'm at a state now where I can yeah, keep up with him. Thank God. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so 3 is first. What's up, A Pro 20? What's up? What's up? Appreciate you. So 3 would be the N. We're getting the N. Nebula. I like it. All right. Let's go back. Now let's put a put a put a 1, 2, put a 1, 2. I'm gonna give y'all some options. 1, 2, 3. Put a number in the chat between 1 and 5. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat. First number I see is what I'm picking. All right. What up? What up? Yeah, I kind of to that point, Ken. I have a little bit of a sweet tooth, but like most of the stuff that I eat that's sweet, I make at home. Like I'll make cheesecake, I'll make like cookies, chocolate chip cookies, shit like that. But no, I can't. I don't like to eat candy. I don't like to eat, especially a lot of stuff that you buy in the store. Like I used to love Twix and what's it called? Like the white chocolate. What's that? The Hershey cookies and cream. I used to love that kind of shit. You know, the peanut M&Ms, Snickers, all that shit. But like now, the way I look at the food, that's like mass produced. A lot of that shit got so many chemicals and just I just can't get with it. Bioengineered ingredients. It's like it annoys me that we have this kind of shit in our food in America. You know what I'm saying? Not to get off into this topic too much, but it's like I would see, you know, this was a couple years ago, maybe like I don't know, 7, 8 years ago. I forgot when it started, but like I would see contains bioengineered ingredients on the back. And I said, what the fuck is this? I remember when I first saw that, I was like, what is this? And now it's like on almost everything. Almost literally everything you buy in the store. If it's like some type of, you know, commercial brand name stuff, some mass produced stuff, yeah, it tends to say bioengineered ingredients on it. And to me, that's a problem. I don't fuck with that. You know what I mean? Because that could mean a bunch of different stuff, but all we know is bioengineered. It's not organic. You know what I mean? It's definitely not organic, so I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But yeah, y'all, we need a number in the chat between 1 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat. That's another reason too why I switch up my diet, because I'm just like, bro, I ain't eating this shit. And even then, like a lot of the good healthy food you'll see in the store, sometimes you gotta really pay attention to what you're buying, because even that might have some, you know, stuff going on with it. But yep. And even though I quit smoking cigarettes, you know, I still vape, but I had to get away from cigarettes, man. That shit was terrible. Terrible, cuz, terrible. I hate that I even started smoking. Straight up. But where the numbers at, y'all? I see y'all in the chat, man, sitting way in the back, not typing other. Where the numbers at? Where the numbers at? Where the numbers at? What, y'all done fell asleep? Y'all done fell asleep, huh? Okay, well, I'll give y'all a minute. Put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the chat. I'll be back and see what y'all saying. All right, y'all. All right, all right. Let me see. And my bad for the long wait, man. I had some stuff I had to do. But look, we got to pick some drums for the track. All right. We need, what was it? I had like 5 options, right? 5 of them. We got 5 options here for the drum packs, the expansion packs. One. Okay, yep. Y'all ready? You better wake up in the chat, man. Don't be like me. Shit, I feel a little sleepy myself. I ain't gonna lie. But, made some tea. I made some coffee to go along with it. I feel like, because I drank a bunch of it, I feel like here in a minute, I'm going to have like a huge surge of energy. But in the meantime, I feel a little sluggish. I ain't gonna lie. But what I need y'all to do for now is to put a 1, a 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat, all right? Any number between 1 and 5 in the chat, we're going to pick the rest of these drum packs, all right? So yeah, you could type 1, a 2, 3, 4, or 5. All right? We're live, y'all. We're live, man. Where the numbers at? First number I see is what'll pick the expansion pack, all right? Then after that, we get the drum. Let me see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yep. Any number between 1 and 5. In the chat. In the chat. Come on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see this. Yeah, still type the number, but let me see something real quick. This is that one. Okay. This would be P3, P1, P2, and P3. Okay. Yep. All right, that's what we got so far. Yeah, I like that. I like that whole effect in the middle, how it just kind of pauses, I don't know, this might be too hard of a damn kick. Okay. Maybe this one. Yeah, probably that. Well, you guys go ahead and decide to pick whichever number between 1 and 5. I'm gonna go ahead and put some drums in. All right. Which kick? Which kick? Probably this way. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I want this. Hold on, actually, hold on. Let me think. How do I want to do the kick? I might just do one free form and I'll do one that's like planned out. You know what I mean? doing there for now. You know, I kind of got bored with the track, honestly. And we can't get nobody to pick the drums, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of what we do during the live show. Because if I'm doing this offline, I'm picking the drums myself, obviously, right? But, you know, that's all right. You guys sleep tonight or something. You guys chilling in the back of the chat. That's okay. We'll play some tracks. Yeah, we'll do it like that, all right? Change of plans, y'all. Change of plans. So what we going to play? What's that one track I'm thinking about? Hold on. There's one track that I had on my shorts that I uploaded today. I was listening to it. I'm like, you know what? I kind of like that one. So that's what I'm going to play. All right? Let's find it real quick. Whoa, we got up in the chat, man. Say what up in the chat. Say what up. Say what up. Where y'all at? Let me see. What is it? Okay, so I know the one. I'm going to play something else, actually, real quick. Where's it at? This one right here. Yeah, this is it. This got to be it. This has to be it. Yep. Pretty sure, yep. Loud as fuck. All right, come on. Cool, bro. I like that one. I like that one. That's a fun track, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. All right. I could listen to that shit all day, to be honest. But it's simple, you know what I mean? There's not a whole lot to the track, you know, just like a real simple tune. I do, you know, given the fact that I make music that's very complex, it's, it's difficult for me to let that song be what it is. Because there's a bunch of other stuff that I could add to it and, you know, whatever. Maybe I will go back and add more at some point, but I'll leave it like that for now. I might just go ahead and arrange it, upload it to the channel as is. Mix it a little bit, you know what I mean? Yep. Don't really need no effects on it, you know? Don't need no effects, but yeah, possibly just mix it a little bit better, audio leveling, that type of stuff. And arrange it and put it on the channel, you know what I'm saying? Just like that. Do it just like that, you know? Keep it simple. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one. All right, y'all. Next track. And this by far is one of my favorite tracks I've made recently, you know what I mean? Yep. Right before the end of last year, man. Right before the end of the year. Like a couple weeks ago. Oh, hold on one sec, y'all. One second. All right, y'all. Sorry for all the interruptions tonight. All right. Now there was a track I was gonna play, but I want to add something to this. All right. So hold on 1 second. Let's see. Piano. Yep. See, if I was like a jazz pianist, you know what I'm saying? I could be like on, do all types of notes. What up, Sean? Yeah, basically I want to do it like that. Damn, hold on. Yeah, you know what I mean? You gotta have like that little flick when you do it. Like ding, ding, you know what I'm saying? That kind of shit. But yo, how you doing tonight, Sean? Let's come in with it. How'd I have it? Yeah, I want to add this in. Because I have like a sound already, like a little sample piece that sounds like it, but I want to add like a background. You know what I mean? Yeah, basically like that. like it could be a little loose, but I want it to be a little bit tighter than what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a little bit tighter. You're talking about Young Guru, Sean? leave that one like that. We'll leave it like that. Yep. Yep. Let's just go through some tracks, play some stuff, see what's up. All right. Some stuff we made over the last couple of days. A lot of the stuff that I made, was made offline. I made like, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 tracks, 5 tracks, something like that offline. Usually I don't do it like that. Most of the stuff I make on stream, you know what I mean? But yeah, a lot of them we made, made off stream, Like that last one I played, I made that offline, right? But I played it for the first time yesterday for y'all, okay? Sean, you said that cymbal hitting? That's Jay-Z's favorite rapper? Okay, I got you. Yeah, I had to tighten up some of them sounds there a little bit because I didn't like how loose they were sounding. It wasn't bad, but it sounded like it was sliding too much. Some of them sounds, And my bad, y'all, my nose stopped up a little bit. Let me see. This is what happens. Every time I eat any type of dairy, it's like I get a little bit congested, so that's primarily why I almost never eat cheese. I definitely don't drink milk, none of that shit. But if I have any of it, man, I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what it is with the dairy, but it be causing problems. Okay, let's see what this is. Let's see. We'll play a little bit. Okay, yeah, this one. That's something I did for fun right here, you know what I mean? Last one you can listen to on a yacht. I like that. Just a little track I threw to get it offline, you know, just for fun. Just to do something. What's up, Anita? What's up? What's up? How you doing? Sean, you said kind of like a snake sound, sliding hi-hat. Okay, yeah, a little bit. Like almost like a rattlesnake a little bit. In the background, you can kind of hear it. Yeah, I like the tune on it. The drums need to be mixed better on that one. The bass needs to be mixed better. You know, the bass line itself. The notes aren't bad. It's just like the effect with that bass. It kind of has like a weird reverb to it. You know, I gotta tighten that up. But yeah, how's everybody doing tonight, man? Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Y'all doing good? This one right here, this was made on stream, okay? Yeah, this was made during the show. So let's check it out. Let's check it out, man. Let's check it out. From the stream audio. Y'all hearing the echo? I got you. All right, what else, man? What else? What's up, Eric the Dragon? What's up? What's up? You said Beethoven virus. What is that? I know about Beethoven. You know, there's a bunch of different Beethovens, a couple different ones. You know what I'm saying? But what's up, though? Oh, thank you, Anita. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Bob said, can you make a song about walking in the woods, then Jesus Christ returns but doesn't take you, and you have to survive and come to Jesus? Huh? What, Bob? What? I don't even know what to say to that. Well, I mean, thank you. I like when people mention Jesus. I think that's good, but I don't know how to. I don't know what kind of song that would be, Bob. You know. But all right. Uh, thank you for being here either way, Bob. Let's see. Sean said, "Call that one." Oh, Echo. You have the audience singing that for real. Well, that one already has a name. Uh, Mist of Infinity. Mist of Infinity. That's what we named that one. Matter of fact, I think Saidi named it. What's up, Crazy Mexican? What's up? What's up? Said, what up, boy? Keep cooking, brother. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Oh, definitely, most definitely. You said most consistent producer out here, never stop. Oh, so you be coming by checking it out, huh? I stream almost every day, man. Yep. I just love music, you know. Not everything I make is great. I will admit that. Like, there's plenty of music that I've made. I'm like, that's kind of whack. Like, this is, whatever. But I do like to just make music on a consistent basis. So thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate that. Let's see. Oh, by the way, y'all hit that like on the video. All right, double tap the screen for me. Yeah, please hit the like button on the way in. Easy way to support the show and the channel. What else we got? We check this out. We'll check this one out. Well, hold on, y'all. I gotta blow my nose, man. My allergies kicking up today. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Crazy Mexican said, "Good or bad, consistency is the key." You got the brother. You got the brother. I'm gonna stay tapping in. Oh well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Sean said, "Practice makes perfect." That's right. That's right. It definitely, it definitely makes it to where you can get better, right? We can say that for sure. Yeah, I already know your story. Yep, pretty much, for the most part. Yo, you said Jay killed his beat. Is that like? Wait, is that your channel? You got like a second channel? By the way, if we have anybody in the chat that makes music or raps or sings or anything like that, let it be known in the chat, all right? And let people know where to find you, okay? And let me know too so I can go sub to you, all right? Let's see what this is. I like to make a lot of music with piano, you know. Oh, it's your Instagram? Okay, I got you. I got you, bro. Yeah, I'll put mine in the chat. I never think to post this, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, most people I just have them hit me up on Discord, you know. But I'll post both links. Sometimes I get in the zone, I be forgetting about the stuff. Yo, crazy. You could join the Discord or we can talk about on IG. Alright. Oh, we got piano somewhere mixed in. Alright, that's another one, man. Another one. Let's keep it rolling. Every one of these tracks are unfinished, by the way. You know, some of them I actually would probably take the time to finish. Not all of them, though, obviously, because on this machine and shit, we pretty much maxed out now. Um, I didn't know it held only this many. Maybe because I have so much going on in these tracks. But let me see. How many we got? 1,485. You know what I mean? So, yeah. What I'm going to have to do is after this show today, I really don't feel like doing it, but I know I have to. I got to take all the drum packs, every damn drum pack, every expansion, all that shit. Got to put on another separate SD card, and we're going to start new. Okay, for 2026, we're gonna start new. All right. The unfortunate thing about it is a lot of these tracks that I come back and play during the show, this will probably turn into more of a, you know, how should I put it? Like if I'm gonna do a show where I'm playing a bunch of tracks I already worked on like this, I'm gonna have to, set it up separately because the new SD cards are gonna be everything that's brand new that we make, right? All this stuff is from like July of 2024 all the way up till pretty much now. You know what I mean? And that's it. We're maxed out. We can't save nothing else to this mug, which is crazy. But start new year, everything new, everything brand new. So, yep, that'll work, man. That'll work. Oh, you too, crazy Mexican. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I'll call you Jay. All right. Appreciate you, Jay. Crazy Jay. I like to come up with nicknames for folks. Like it's funny because what's it called? Donald Trump, he's a Gemini too. And one funny ass thing I noticed about Trump is he'll come up with names for folks. You know what I mean? He'll have like these names like Sleepy Joe and shit like that. I think that's hilarious. But I'll call you Crazy Jay. Instead of calling you Crazy Mexican, I call you Crazy Jay. All right. But yep, you stay safe too, brother. I appreciate you. You said that's what you would name that? Can I get to know you? That last track was called, I think Stoney, she came through and named that. It's called Jello. Jello. Like I always let y'all just name stuff and whatever y'all come up with, that's what we call it. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you, Sean. Appreciate you. You said also that first line when you started that beat, imagine talking to a grown lady. Okay, it could be that, yeah. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. I'll just check this out. This is something I also made offline, so this one might be a little bit, a little bit disorganized, but we'll see. ass track, man. That shit crazy. That shit crazy. It needs to be mixed way better. Got a lot of shit that needs to be fixed with it. You know what I mean? But that was something I threw together offline. You know, most of the time when I do stuff offline, like when you guys see me do a stream, I'm actually sitting here for a couple hours. You know, trying to almost finish a complete track, right? But a lot of times I'll have ideas. I'll just be messing around with stuff offline, and I'll sit here for like 30 minutes to maybe an hour, do something real quick. You might get up, walk away for a little bit, come back, do some other shit. And I'll be like, okay, I'm bored with it, turn it off, you know? So that track is something I threw together. It definitely needs some work, but I like the concept. You know what I mean? I like the concept of it. So we'll check out some of this. This is another track that's just like that, where I did stuff offline, you know? But, yeah, it's rough. Rough around the edges, basically, just like that last one. You said I like to cut and carry through. Okay, thank you. You said now I'm hearing T.I. will go. T.I.? You said T.I. on that one, on that last one? I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know. Is that a T.I. track? I mean, I appreciate the compliment. I don't know if I can see T.I. rapping on that. That would be crazy. Then again, I mean, shit, nowadays, I don't know. I feel like a lot of rappers nowadays, they be rapping on almost anything, really. You know what I'm saying? On all type of beats. Matter of fact, there's some electronic music that I heard where you could see samples, you could hear samples of some of that shit from back in the day, and a lot of music you hear today. You know what I mean? Just kind of repurposed, you know, with a different kind of set of drums on it, that type of shit. All right, y'all, let's check this out. This one's disorganized too, but you know, we'll make it work. I didn't label none of these just like usual, so we're gonna have to see what, you know, fits and what what doesn't like layer together, you know what I'm saying? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, man. Go ahead and hit that like button for me, y'all. Like the video, sub to the channel, all right? If you're chilling, if you've been here for longer than a minute, then hit it, all right? Hit the like button. Hit that like button. No, I haven't heard that one, Sean. I don't listen to too much rap, you know, for real. Not really. I've heard a lot of stuff over the years, but a lot of my music that I listen to is typically not rap for real. But no, I like Dre, Kanye West, all them NWA from back in the day. You know, just not it's not something I listen to often, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let's see where we at with this. 13, 14. Verse 14. I remember how I put this mug together. I don't even remember how I put this shit together. Yeah, there was a certain way I had that arranged where it had like it sounded kind of nice, but I forgot what patterns I had in place because everything cannot play at the same time. And obviously there's other things about it that need to be changed and fixed. But as far as like there were certain sounds I can't remember exactly which ones it was. I'll figure it out. But I just wanted to let y'all check it out, man. That's not, there's nothing particularly special about that track to me because it's definitely not arranged good, a little bit disorganized. But that's like an understatement to say it's a little bit disorganized. But yeah, just wanted y'all to check it out. You know what I mean? And I'm one of those people where I don't mind showing y'all tracks that I'm not, proud of, so to speak. At least not, they're not where I want them to be, but they have some type of potential. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, other people on YouTube, they might play y'all just only their best shit. I'll play you guys whatever I make, you know, good or bad, in between, whatever. You know, I ain't ashamed of it because at the end of the day, it's all about creative expression, creativity, as a whole. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's see. What's the other one? This one. Okay. All right, let's play some of this. This one's a little bit better arranged. All right, this one's a little bit better together. You said TIA went off on that on chapter one detox. You said there's a song with Ti, Nas, and Eminem. Okay, 35 chapters though. What are you saying? Like 35 tracks on the album? Is that the one? Is that what you're talking about? All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready, man? Matter of fact, let me get some of my tea real quick. Hold on. Don't forget to like the video, y'all. Sub to the channel. All right, we got about 80 y'all in here. We only got 17 likes from people that came through earlier. 8 and 18, huh? Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Let's get up to about 20, 22 likes. All right, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Don't forget to double tap that mug. Come on. All right. Let's see about this one right here. Yep, y'all ready? Yo, spam the number 8 in the chat, all right? Type the number 8, then send it. Okay? 8, boom. Send it. 8, send it. All right? Hit the number 8 in the chat. Just like that. Okay? That's good, y'all. interesting track. You know what I'm saying? I want to see if these two to go together real quick. A little bit. Yeah, no, these two don't. These two don't. All right, cool. Yeah, for the most part, like I guess like the central focus of that track is pretty well, like it meshes well. You know what I mean? But obviously not all of it. So what else then? What else? Let's go back to that one track we was gonna play. That one. Matter of fact, you know what? Never mind. I want to kind of just keep going through some unfinished tracks, ones that we didn't really, do much with. Yeah. In a little bit, we'll play some more, better organized tracks, stuff that's better put together, that kind of stuff. Here in a little bit. Man, I almost feel like I'm getting tired again. It's weird. Crazy. We've been here for a minute too. Like, damn, are you serious? Almost 4 hours. We're like half an hour away from being here for 4 hours. It does not feel like it, man. That's crazy. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right. Time be going by hella fast. Okay, this little track. Something we made a couple of days ago. What else we got? You said it reminds you of springtime, Taiwan. Springtime and being in love with a pretty lady. Okay, I see, I see. That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, I appreciate the kind words. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Oh man, I gotta stretch a little bit. Okay. Yeah, for the most part, we're just gonna play some tracks today because I gotta, do something with the SD card situation. So tonight, just gonna be playing tracks. All right? Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. Let's see what this is. Yo, Critical, what's up, bro? You said the 6/8 time signature changed to a fancy 3/4 into a plain simple 4/4. Well, I'm not too technical. I just be making music, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. How you been, man? Have I seen you this year yet? If I haven't, man, Happy New Year. just some shit to throw together, you know what I'm saying? Just some, you know. Nothing too special, but we'll play something like this, a little bit more organized, a better put together track. All right, y'all ready for this one, man? You said more bass in that motherfucker, bring it up? Yeah, maybe. But see, I don't spend too much time working on music that I'm probably not gonna upload, to be honest. Because, you know, on the MPC itself, I have almost 1,500 tracks. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna finish all those, you know what I mean? Ain't no way. So, some of them I'll just come on and play just for the hell of it. You know, just to play something. You know what I mean? But this one right here is a little bit more. This one is probably gonna be a. I'm not even gonna say probably. This for sure will be a track you guys will see on the channel. All right. This track right here you will see on that channel. Okay. You said what's the hook on this? Well, I don't really be making beats to rap on. Like if I'm doing a personal deal with somebody, right? Somebody's buying something from me, that's a whole separate story. But the music I make that I want to showcase on my channel, the music that's like inherent to me, is more music that takes you on an adventure, basically. Get what I'm saying? Like the music speaks for itself, pretty much. You know. So got thug it on this. Jodeci, okay. Jodeci, okay. Nice. Well, I appreciate you. What's up, Subscript? Said YK Erica on the piano. YK Erica. Who's that? Who's YK Erica? Y'all naming these like modern day rappers. I don't know who that is. I know who Jodeci is, but I don't know who YK Erica is. You know? But all right, y'all, let's check this out. What up, though, Subscript? Appreciate you being here at the show. Hit the like on the video, y'all. Sub to the channel, all right? Let's make it happen. Okay, we'll leave that one there. We'll leave that one there. What else? There was something else I wanted to play for y'all that I can't think of right now. I gotta find it. I gotta find that mug. Hold up, hold up. Matter of fact, shout out to Society. I play the rendition of his track that I made. Now he made, for the record, he made a track on his channel, right, during a live show that he was doing. All right, Society. And I heard it. I was like, yo, that's pretty damn dope. You know what I mean? I asked him, do you mind if I do a version of that track based off the foundation of what you made? He was like, yeah, okay, go ahead. And so I took his bass line, right, the whole bass line, the tune of it, chose a different plugin for the bass, and this is what we made with it. All right, shout out to Society. Okay, I'm gonna post his link in the chat here in a second, so you guys can check out his channel. But he makes music on the MPC Key 37, just like me. All right. Yep. You said R&B, more bounce, already has an edge. Neo Soulish. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, matter of fact, let me go ahead and grab his channel real quick. I'm gonna give him a shout out. All right. My homie Society. Everybody sub to his channel, okay? Sub to him today. Sub to my homie Society. Alright. Here we go. Right there, link in the chat, man. There you go. Link in the chat. Go ahead and click that. Let them know what's up. Let them know I sent you. Alright. Matter of fact, hold on 1 second. 1 second. But yeah, if you want to see the original to this, it is called Night Terrors. Alright, Night Terrors. This track right there. Yep, Society. Seity. Alright, Seity. Just type that in the search bar and you can find his channel, alright? If the link doesn't work in the chat, okay? But here goes the track, a rendition of what he made, okay? Y'all ready? Let's get it. Spam the number 8 in the chat, by the way, man. Type the number 8, send it, okay? Type 8, send it, 8, send it. Matter of fact, do the 8 in the chat. Just like that. All right, just like that, just like that. Here we go. Great Google. Great Google. Let's get it. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Cool, bro. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, man. There we go. There we go. Yep. Shout out once again to Society. All right. Good friend of mine. You know what I'm saying? Makes good music. So if y'all want to check out his channel and hear the original, the link for his channel is in the chat. Okay, go ahead, click on that. Go sub to him. Find one of his videos. Hit the like button and come on back. All right. We got some more tracks for y'all tonight. Got some more tracks for y'all tonight. And I thank you very much, Taiwan Settles. Thank you. You said Adam Levine and Bone Thugs on this. Has Adam Levine and Bone Thugs did a song together? Have they done music together? That'd be pretty interesting to see that, you know? Let's see some of this. Wait, this ain't the track. Is this the one? This might be it. This might be it. Yo, let me give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna get some tea. All right. Yep. Get some tea right quick. Get a sip of that. Go ahead and double tap the screen for me, like the video, sub to the channel. All right, y'all. Be right back. Yeah, boy. All right, y'all. We got some more tracks for you guys. Let's see. Taiwan said, you said no, but just throwing shit together that might give music. Yeah, sometimes I'll accidentally stumble across something good. Like, here, let's do something real quick. I just feel like doing this right now. We'll do something real quick. I'll go back to that other track and we'll play some of it. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I won't be able to save this on the MPC, on the SD card, but I can save it on the MPC itself, which I'll go back later and clean it up and take all the files off and put them on a separate SD card and all that shit. You know, we ain't gonna worry about it right now. But let's do this real quick. All right, y'all ready? Let's do something from, how about this? We'll start off like this. Just as an experiment, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a number in the chat between 1 and 6 for me, all right? It don't matter who does it, just the first person that I see, the first number I see is what it'll be, okay? Any number in the chat between 1 and 6. Taiwan said, different genres, but make a motherfucking hit. If given the chance to reach a diverse audience, it's all right. Yeah, exactly. Yep, no, I agree with that. And I be making all different kinds of music, you know what I mean? I don't make country music, but you know, I make a lot of different kinds of stuff. You said give people something that's out of the norm, you feel me? Let them interpret it. Right, yep. Exactly. By the way, y'all hit that jump to live button for me, okay? You might be a little bit delayed in the stream. Let me see. Hit the jump to live button. Jump to live. Jump to live. Hit that. Hit that. Hit that. Hit that. Jump to live button. Hit that. Yeah, hit that. There you go. Hit that. Hit that jump to live button, y'all. All right, that way you guys are up to date and current. And yeah, because sometimes I'll be saying stuff, and I get it. Some of y'all like to rewind and see certain things and be like, oh, how did he do that? Or what is that? Let me listen to that sound again. You trust me, you guys got time to watch a replay, okay? You guys got time to watch a replay. Most of these streams go over to members only. I've been leaving them up for a while. Most of these streams I've done over the last couple of weeks, I've just been leaving them up there for y'all, but they will be going to members only at some point, okay? This stream included, but you do have some time to watch the replay, so don't worry. Speaking of which, the link to become a channel member is in the chat, all right? Go ahead and click that if you want to sign up. There's hundreds, like literally hundreds of streams of me making music from scratch, making beats from scratch. And at this point, shit, like 300 plus tracks. It's got to be 400 tracks, something like that. Yep. So, you know, if you'd like to see how music is being made, if you'd like to see how I make my music, if you just want to see behind the scenes process of all these different tracks, you know, that you guys listen to, then go ahead and sign up, all right? Yep, just hit the join button, man. It's super easy, super simple. Boop, just hit join, boop, and you're done. It's like sending a super chat, you know what I mean? But if you guys ain't got the money, if you're not able to afford it for whatever reason, or if you just, you know, don't feel like it, you don't want to spend no money at all, don't worry, because you don't have to spend anything to be over here and watch what I do. All right, but all I ask of you is to like the video and sub to the channel, okay? The easy way to support what we do over here on this channel is to just, you know, you could donate by hitting like and subscribe, all right? That's another easy, free way to donate, okay? That's a way to do that. But yeah, y'all put a number in the chat between 1 and 6 real quick. Any number in the chat between 1 and 6. Any number. I want to do something real quick. I'll give you guys about 10 more seconds to do that because I want to do something. I'm trying to get something done real quick. Just as a experiment, you know, because I talked about how sometimes we get lucky, stumble across some shit, we make something, you know, pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Any number in the chat between 1 and 6. So put a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or 5, or 6, whichever. But only one number, all right? It's only the first person I see, only the first number that I see. You said purple? We asking for numbers, not colors, bro. You know. You already know. Oh, man. Oh, that felt good. Sometimes you gotta just get up and stretch. Purple, orange, blue, green, yellow, gold, silver, black, white, right? Yep. Pink and purple, indigo, violet. RGB, Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, yellow, indigo, violet. Rainbow shit. 4. Okay, we could do 4. 4 would be, I had it set up to where it's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now put a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. Say what, Critical? You just be saying shit. You say you got to go to your Mesopotamian jungle bungle ball lessons. What the hell? Yeah, at 1 a.m., right? At 1 a.m., sure. I got you. Well, have fun at the jungle bungle ball, okay? At the jungle bungle bungle. Oh, shit. Yo, Critical, I never asked you, man. What's your sign, dog? You an air sign like me? You be saying the most goofy shit, man. You be cracking me up. Hell no. I mean, then again, everybody can be funny, right? Everybody can have a sense of humor, but I know it's something about us air signs is to, have a more, I guess, understanding sense of humor. Like, people could say the most random, goofy shit to us, and we'll just find it funny. We don't get mad. We don't take offense. We don't be like, get this stupid motherfucker out of here because he sounds stupid. We're not like that. You know what I mean? We kind of just go with the flow, roll with the punches for the most part. For the most part, for the most part. But yeah, Taiwan, you got a number for me, dog? 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, or somebody maybe sitting in the back of the chat, whatever. It don't matter who, but that's what I need y'all to do. Okay, put a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. All right, we're finna break this down and get some drum packs, just a few, and y'all will see what we do. All right. Yeah. People don't talk about this kind of shit a whole lot, but I'm curious. What's y'all zodiac signs? I'm curious to see what kind of folks we got up in the chat. Are y'all, Aquarius, y'all Leos, Taurus, Gemini? What are y'all? Pisces, a Scorpio, a Sagittarius? What are y'all? I'm curious. I'll tell y'all what I am. I have no problem saying what I am. I'm proud to be what I am, Even though we get a lot of shit, a lot of people talk shit about us. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let y'all guess. If you can guess, I gave you a hint already, okay? But I think, from my perspective, we're the most shit talk sign. You know what I mean? We do the most shit talking, but also people talk the most shit about us. All right. What do you think I am? What zodiac sign do you think I am? Okay, and 3, we're doing 3. 3 is gonna be over here. So on page 3, we got 8 of them. So put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 in the chat. Any number between 1 and 8 in the chat. Okay, Taiwan, you a Leo. I got you. Critical thinker, what are you, man? You ain't no enriched uranium. What are you? He said enriched uranium 235. He's like, I'm on the table of elements, right? Isn't that what it's called? The table of elements. What was that shit called again? Let me see. Table of elements. Yeah, table of elements. Yeah, that's it. That's what it's called. Yeah. The periodic table of elements. The periodic table. Yeah. PT Apple. The PT Apple. Okay, PT Apple. What's up, Black Rose? How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. It's good to see you. I'm assuming it's morning time for you, or afternoon, something like that. Periodic table, yeah. All right, y'all. Put a number between 1 and 8. Whoever gets it first, that's what it's gonna be. Between 1 and 8. We do it as quick, y'all. All right, come on, quick. We gotta go back to playing the music, you know. But we're just doing this as an experiment, real quick. 5. Songbird. Okay. We're gonna get about, I don't know, 3 or 4 of these real quick. So now put a number in the chat between 1 and 4. Yep, between 1 and 4. Oh, I miss you too, Black Rose. Thank you very much. It's morning time. Well, good morning. Good morning. 3. 3's right there. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat. Yep, 1 or 2. 1 or 2 after that. What's everybody's zodiac sign, though? We know Taiwan's a Leo. Yeah, who else? Critical, what are you? Black Rose got 1. So now you pick 1. And it doesn't have to be Black Rose. It could be anybody. Even though she picked this page, we're picking from this page. Put a number in the chat between 1 and 16 now. Between 1 and 16. Shout out to my hometown, Norfolk, Virginia. Okay, Norfolk, Virginia. I got a sister who was living there for a long time. Yep, she was in the military over there. In the military. Okay, Critical, think you a Cancer. Cancers tend to have really good sense of humor. Yeah, I got a couple Cancer friends, and they be cracking jokes all the damn time. So that's what's up. Shout out. Shout out. Okay, you in Denver? I bet it's cold as hell there, isn't it? Like Colorado and all that? Yeah. It's got to be hella cold there. You say your parent y'all sensitive? A little bit. That's what they say. You know, I wouldn't say every single person is exactly what the generalization is or what the stereotype is. But, yeah, you could tend to be more that way, right? But I'm just going to keep it real. It depends on other stuff in your chart. You know what I mean? And I don't mind talking about this shit. You know, whatever people think, if they want to judge me for talking about it, I don't even care, bro. This shit is so fascinating to me. It's just like, if you don't know about it, you should look into it, okay? Because it's pretty interesting stuff. But, you know, your moon sign, your rising sign, there's a whole bunch of different stuff going on with it. There's house placements and all type of shit. It can get pretty complex. But if you look at the main 3, with your sun sign, like meaning the day you were born, that time of year, you know, that matters a lot. Well, actually, that determines everything, but like your sun sign, right? That's what people see on the outside. That describes like your outside personality. Your internal personality is more so like your moon sign, right? Like your emotions, you know, how you feel and process things. And then your rising sign is how you like, it's almost an indicator of, you know, how you carry yourself physically, how you appear physically to people. You know what I mean? So my rising sign is Cancer and my moon sign is Sagittarius. You know, but I'm a Gemini. I'm a Gemini, boy. You know, Black Rose got 7. Thank you, 7. Right here. Right there. Thank you. So let's do one more, all right? One more. Put a number in the chat between 1 and... Yep. Put a number between 1 and 4 once again. Between 1 and 4. 1, 2. Yep. Yep, between 1 and 4. 1, 2. Because we got one from here, right? Oh, no, actually. Let me double check. My fault. What we got? Songbird, where'd that come from? Let's make sure. Let's make sure. Hold on 1 second. Huh. Where did we get that one from? Was it here? No, that's interesting. Let me see. What is this? MSX. This one's Hip Hop Kid, Songbird. Give me a second, y'all. Let me make sure we know where we're getting this from. I can't even identify where the hell I got this one drum kit from. That's strange. I don't know. I don't know. Well, shit, we'll do it randomly then. Yeah, put a number in the chat. How about this? Put a number in the chat between 1 and 6. Yep, between 1 and 6. Critical says, shout out to my grandma. That's the only way she can hear you. Hell no. He said, she old, man. Her hearing going out. She old. She old. Taiwan said, yeah, for sure. We are connected astrologically. Yep. 100%. 100%. That is a fact, man. And all people are really connected. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like all human beings were connected to each other in some kind of way, right? On a spiritual level, for sure. But there are a lot of nuances that make us who we are. A lot of, little unique, specific, detailed things about us. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, when you get to understand like about yourself, especially like astrologically, and you understand like the timing of when you were born and how that impacts your life, the things that happen in your life, the way you carry yourself, the way you present yourself, the stuff that you end up choosing to do, all type of shit, man. It'll blow your mind, because there are some things in life, believe it or not, that are predetermined. Like fate and destiny. That stuff is 100% real. When you start to wrap your head around that, though, it kind of freaks you out because we do have free will. We definitely have free will, but there's always going to be a calling on your life to pull you in a certain direction, to take you a certain path, and it's up to you whether you follow along that or whether you sidetrack yourself or go off into some other shit. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna just tell y'all this, and this is the truth. Everybody has a destiny in life, something that's fated, but like it's not guaranteed to happen unless you follow the path. Like imagine, I'll give you guys an example. And this is just like everybody has seen stuff like this, especially if you grew up in America. Everywhere in the world has problems like this, but if you grew up in America, let's say a person who gets strung out, right? They end up getting addicted to something and they fuck up their whole life. Well, it wasn't their destiny to do that. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't their destiny to become an alcoholic or a drug addict or whatever. But because they got around the wrong people, or they were making the wrong choices, or they just started to do things that is, harmful or damaging to themselves, then whatever was down the line for them to happen is like now delayed or it's, put off. Now, I believe in God as well, and I believe that God will try to redirect you and push you back on that path, on the right path. But you have to make the right choices along the way. You can't just be sitting there and just be like, I'm going to just do this bullshit and do this bullshit, and then everything's going to work out for you. Hell no. You know what I mean? You got to make the right choices that are aligned with you. You see what I'm saying? And you'll get there. You'll definitely get there because everybody has a destiny in life that's, something great for them. Something for, of higher purpose, basically, right? It's not about like, oh, some people destined to do that. No, it's always something good. All right? Always something good. But it's always about what do you decide to do, Yep. Black Rose got 2. We're doing 2. 2 would be this one. So now put a 1 or 2 in the chat. 1 or 2 in the chat. Critical said currently messing around with Lego gears. That's what's up. Lego gears, like the cog pieces, COG, Cog. It's deep. It is deep, Taiwan. It is 100%. It definitely goes deep, man. It's like I said, it can be. It could take you some time to kind of get off into it. Like I don't expect somebody to start looking into the stuff and doing research and studying it, and then all of a sudden tomorrow know everything there is to know. No, like it could take you years. It might take most of your life. But you know, when you're on that journey of self-discovery to understand yourself and learn more about yourself, you're better off doing that because then you know what affects you in certain kind of ways and what you're good at, what what your weak points are, things that might trigger you, things that might, throw you off emotionally, mentally, spiritually even. You know what I mean? Physically, because when we get off into like health and fitness and shit like that, for example, I like to talk about that stuff a lot. Now, there are some general principles that work for most people, but then at the same time, there's some shit that you can eat that I probably can't eat, and vice versa, right? So we have to keep in mind that there's a whole bunch of different nuances, very specific things that are key to each of us as an individual. You feel what I'm saying? So, like I said, when you go on that journey of self-discovery, you learn things about yourself, and you know what works for you and what don't work for you, and you just have to navigate that. You know what I'm saying? And life isn't easy for anybody, but at the end of the day, life is what you make it. You know, you can either have an amazing, great life, a life with great relationships, great people, great memories, shit like that, or you can have a life that's dysfunctional and chaotic, disorganized, stressful. Nobody wants to choose that kind of life for sure, but like there are choices that will lead you in that direction if you're not careful. Okay, so think about that. Critical said making a doohickey certified thingamajig. Yo, is it like you just doing like random Legos, or is it like a kit, something that's set up for to make some type of like figurine or something? I'm curious. Yep, Taiwan says about choices, 100%. And speaking of choices, we got to make a choice right now. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat, y'all. 1 or 2, 1 or 2. It's up to you. It's up to you. 1 or 2. What we gonna do? You said the creator will reveal? What you mean? Elaborate. Elaborate. But yeah, y'all, 1 or 2 in the chat. We gotta focus on that real quick. Okay. We're doing 1. We're doing 1. Okay. Now that you pick 1, put a number in the chat between 1 and 16. Between 1 and 16. Oh, and thank you for that, Black Rose. Thank you very much. She said, don't forget to hit that like button. Go ahead and share it, all right? Share the stream with your family and friends. And subscribe to the channel, of course, right? She said, for exquisite music, thank you for saying that. Exceptional company, thank you. That's true, yeah. I appreciate all of you. You guys make the show, you know what I mean? The way you guys be talking in chat, man, we get into all type of different conversation, pretty much. But yep, exquisite music, exceptional company, hashtag music, talent, artist, MPC. Thank you, Black Rose. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. 14. right here. Okay. You said to elaborate, it's an open discussion debate. What you mean? The creator will reveal? Reveal what? Like your destiny choices? I mean, like that's a vague enough statement to say. I mean, that could lead to a bunch of stuff, you know. But like I said, in general, at the end of the day, you know, God, source, the creator of everything. Pretty much, you could look at it that way. Like there will be things shown to you in life to get you to go on the right path. Basically, you know what I mean. Sometimes things will happen that'll, you know, try to redirect you on a good path. You know, everything is always for your highest good overall. You know what I'm saying? But hold on one sec, y'all. All right, y'all. My bad. Appreciate y'all patience. Let's get a number in the chat. We're gonna pick one more drum pack, okay? And I'm gonna read what y'all got to say. One, two. Put a put a number in the chat between one and. Let me check something real quick. Yep. Cause we didn't use this one yet, did we? Nope. Nah, not yet. MSX. MSX. No, we couldn't have. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, y'all, put a number in the chat between 1. Oh, okay, okay. Now I see. All right, yeah, put a 1 in the chat, a 2 in the chat, a 3, or a 4. All right. Yep. 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. Uh, Critical said, just like me, a creator of mechanical conundrums, I'll soon reveal my secret to construction. Yeah, how old are y'all, man? I feel like we got all different type of age ranges of people that watch us, that watch the music making process. Y'all be chilling, man, and I appreciate all y'all. I don't care, where you come from or what you got going on. I appreciate y'all being here. You know what I mean? No matter what y'all do, no matter who you are, I appreciate y'all for being here for real. You said that was your point. Okay, I feel you said the creator will put you on a path in life to teach you, and although you might not, and although you might don't like it, right? Yeah, no, that's a fact. Like, look at this. In my mind, right, in my perspective, I don't believe that people are meant to suffer, right? I really don't believe that. It's not like people are like, oh yeah, I got to go through this so I can become stronger and tougher and better. It's like, well, maybe that's the case, but only because of what you're going through. But if you make the right choices ahead of time, have the wisdom enough to like avoid the bullshit, some things are probably inevitable. Some things you might just have to go through. But if you can make the right choices ahead of time to prevent certain things, then you won't have to go through some shit. And it's already like you've passed the test to begin with, so you don't have to go through that tough lesson, you know? Like the lesson, the tough lesson, the harsh thing that could happen in your life, the harsh situation or whatever, is avoidable if you learn the lesson ahead of time. You see what I'm saying? So, in hindsight, is you learn that like, yeah, maybe I would have been better off if I didn't do this or that or whatever. But it's maybe because you didn't know at the time. You didn't know better, even though you thought you might have, or maybe other people thought you might have, should have known better. It's all about you, right? At the end of the day, either you're ready or you're not. You know. And if you already are ready and you know what you're supposed to know and have the lesson already learned, then you don't have to, go through the toughness of it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Critical said, personally, I don't get deep into conundrums of life. Okay, I feel that. I like to talk about this kind of shit though, because it gives you better understanding on things. Black Rose 4. And yeah, some people, not just talking about you, Critical, and you may not be all the way this way, but some people don't like to talk about, deep stuff like that. It either scares them or makes them uncomfortable, or, maybe they're just not ready. You know what I mean? It might feel too heavy to them, right? So I understand that. We're doing 4. What was it? We had 1, 2. We picked from here before, right? We already picked from here. Let me make sure. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is this. All right, y'all. Put now another number in the chat between 1 and 4. A separate number. Hindsight 2020. That's right. That's right. Yeah, because once you're on the other side of something, you can see it clearly. And, that's the whole point. You go through the shit and you say, okay, damn, now I see it differently. Or now I understand. Critical said, I'm literally too stressed about end of semester to be thinking this critically. You're okay, man. It's all right. It's all right. Just relax, just chill. You know what I mean? Focus on what you got to do. All right. Yeah, as they say, hindsight is 2020. As they say, yep. Black Rose said, Oren, do you have a quote of the day? Okay, I forgot about that. We were supposed to be doing that. I gotta make that like a daily thing. We gotta make the quote of the day like everyday thing. I'll get y'all one here in a minute. Thank you for reminding me, Black Rose. I had forgot all about that because I haven't done that with y'all in a minute. So one, okay, so out of one, page one, put a number in the chat between 1 and 16. Now, between 1 and 16. You said, let me check my grades real quick. Well, don't be stressing over your school. Just, whatever you got to do, man, pay attention to it. Learn whatever you got to learn in class, right? Whatever homework you got to do, anything that's required of you, just focus on that. But don't be so preoccupied with your grades that, it bothers you or drives you crazy, gets on your skin. Because you got to look at it like this. If you're not doing as well as you want to in a class, then that's when you got to seek further knowledge or seek some type of help or guidance. Talk to your teacher, see if there's any way you can get the grade up, but don't stress about it. Yeah, don't stress about it. But then again, this is coming from a person who I didn't really care for school. Like homework, I hated homework. I almost never did my homework. I got home, I was like, fuck this. I'm not doing this homework. The hell? I'm at home. School is for school, and while I'm at home, that's me time. That's my personal time. So I ain't finna do this shit. Yeah, no, I never liked homework. I didn't like to do school projects. I didn't like to do none of that shit. You know what I mean? I don't know, I just kind of have like a lone wolf mentality, lone wolf personality in a way, where I don't mind working with folks and collaborating, and I definitely am social, but I'm very independent at the same time. You know what I mean? So yeah, when people would tell me stuff in school, my teachers, even teachers I would like, they'd be like, okay, do this, do this, do this. I'm like, well, why? Why should I? What's the point in this? What's the point? What's the point? Okay, we doing 12. Let's see. 12. 8, 12, right there. All right, so we got them. We got all four we need. 1, 2, 3, 4. That process took a hell of a lot longer than I thought, but that's all right. That's all right. Try some here. Change the timing on that. You said this is why art is so important. Yeah, no, I agree. It's super, like, it's one of the most human things ever. Like, being able to create stuff, whether you're drawing shit, you're making music, you know what I mean? Singing, you could be writing stuff, painting, sculpting stuff, you know what I mean? Any type of art, visual art especially. But art can be a whole bunch of different stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, you could look at a lot of different stuff in life as art. You know, the way somebody speaks could be a form of art. The way they articulate words. Somebody being a storyteller or being able to read a book, like somebody's narrating something. You know what I mean? That could be a form of art. What's up? What's your name? Artist is critical. Yeah, Michael Literal. What's up? You said play song. Play song. What that mean? You saying play some music? Play song. Play a song. Is that what you meant to say? Play a song? Well, either way, thank you for being here, Michael. Okay, thank you for being here. Kind of social / antisocial type personality. I'm kind of like that actually. You know what I mean? I'm an introvert extrovert. I'm both. It's very interesting. Said I like mathematics and art. Okay, I feel that. Yeah, I'm not good at math. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not. Math is not my thing. You know, I like science. I like technology. I like that kind of stuff. But I'm not into math. Not even a little bit. I don't hate it. I don't dislike math, but it's not my strong point. You know what I mean? So let's see. I might use this, but let's see what else we got. Let's see what else. I might use that. I don't like that one. I don't like the sound. Yeah, I don't like that one. Nah, X that one out. Well, I'm gonna use these. I'm gonna use these. I don't know why, but that sounds ugly to me. I don't like that. That shit sounds ugly as fuck. I don't like that. But these two, yeah, these I don't. No, I don't fuck with that. But these, I like those. I like those. We're gonna do something with that. But real quick, just let me see what else we got here. What the hell is that? What is this? Oh, okay. Well, it ain't got no effects on it, so that's just how it sounds. Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna do those. We're gonna do those. Let me get some of my tea real quick. Y'all be back. All right. Don't forget to like the video. All right. Double tap the screen, please. Sub to the channel if you haven't already. All right. And yeah, man, just show some love to the channel. Like I said, like and subscribe. Easy way. It's free. Okay. But yeah, I appreciate all y'all. Okay. Be right back. All right, man. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? That's kind of basically the beat that I want to make with this, you know. But let's see it again. Okay, trying to get the time on it. Well, let's see. I guess we could throw it in somewhere. frequency. That makes sense. Sine, cosine things. That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. We'll fix the kicks and all that. You know what I mean? Just gonna put something else in for now. Module hypnosis. Okay. I'll say that here in a second. Thank you, Black Rose. We will leave that one there for now. All right, we'll leave that one there for now. Let's go back to playing the tracks like we was doing. And then we're going to wrap up the show here shortly, all right? Yeah, not too long from now. Man, boy. Oh, thank you, Critical. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Much love. I appreciate you. Let's see. What we going to play? What was that one track? There was a track I was going to play before I started making that one. And obviously that's just me throwing something together real quick. There's things I hear about that I want to change, but I don't want to spend so much time focused on that right now. Just kind of felt like doing something real quick. Just doing some music, you know. Something different, something new. Was this the one? I think this was it, yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, man. All right. Y'all ready? Is y'all ready? Y'all falling asleep in the chat? That song will kind of push you to sleep a little bit, you know what I mean? But let's see what this is real quick. Oh, I remember this shit. Let's see. cool. We'll leave it with that. We'll leave that one there. Let's play something else now. Let's play. We'll switch up the vibe, you know, from like this happy-go-lucky, you know, carefree tune, skippy doo-dah head ass music. All right, we're gonna play something a little bit different, okay? Y'all ready? I'm pretty sure this is the one. I'm pretty sure. Let's check it out. Cool, man. Cool. We should have like an effect at the end that kind of like carries it out, like a mist sound. You know what I mean? Like not a reverb, but like maybe a delay. You know what I mean? Something like that. Okay, what else we got? What else we got? Y'all liking the tracks, man? Y'all liking this music? You know, I feel like I have something for everybody, but then again, there's some people that won't be satisfied, right? Some people might listen to my music and they say, well, it's not my kind of thing. You know, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's all right. That's all right, because we got a whole lot of shit. Let's go down this way. Organize it like that. Let's go ahead and play this track, man. Let me get some more of this tea right quick. 100, 100. I see the 100s in the chat. Thank you for that. I see that. Y'all hitting that 100 with that little heart, that heart button. Oh, well, thank you, Black Rose. You're so kind. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, like I even told y'all, there's some tracks that I've made personally that I don't quite like. You know what I mean? But I'd say more than half, for sure. At least the majority of the tracks I make, I'm like, okay, it's all right. You know, it's not too bad, not too bad. But yeah, let me get some of this tea. I'll be back. All right, we're gonna play a few more tracks before we go. Okay, before we wrap up the show. But what I need y'all to do though is to like the video. All right, sub to the channel. Yeah, please hit the like button on the way in or on the way out, whichever way you coming or going, and sub to the channel. All right, double tap, double tap. Taz said, all right, I'll come back. All right, Taz. What up, though? Welcome to the show, man. But yeah, give me a second, y'all. Be right back. One thing, one thing. All right, what's up, y'all? We back. Let me see. What's up, Drum Vault Studios, MPC Keys? That's right. That's right. That's right. Y'all ready for this track, man? This one's gonna be a doozy, okay? This one's it's one of my favorite ones to play for y'all, okay? But yeah, let me know if y'all ready. I ain't gonna play it till y'all ready. I ain't gonna play it till y'all ready. What's grooving? What's up, Taz? Let me hear his son. Let me hear his son. He said, "What's up, Raw Sauce? You got that? What you got? Talking about the same machine, bro? Oh, okay, you got the Key 61. That's what's up, man. How long have you had it? That's awesome." Black Rose said 88888. Oh yeah, let me put that in, let me put that in the chat for y'all. Hold on. That's funny. I got you, Black Rose. Who else, man? Who else is ready for the track? Let me know in the chat. All right. All right, y'all. Y'all ready, man? Black Rose can't be the only person in the chat typing the H, y'all. Come on, man. Type the mates in the chat. All right, just like that. Put the mates in the chat, man. Spam it up, spam it up. Ross said, "Okay, you've had it for a year." You said it's crazy how much it does. Yeah, dude, the machine is amazing. Like, so from my perspective, I would like to have the MPC XL, the new one that just came out, because that machine is a beast. That machine I ain't never seen nothing like it. That machine is like nothing I've ever seen before in my life, right? But this machine right here is awesome. I love it. You know, I got this machine. I don't know, like when did it come out? Like June of 2024, like something like that. Matter of fact, let me look this up real quick. And I appreciate you, Raw Sauce, Taz, Black Rose. Hold on one second. Let me see. You say what the 8 mean though? Just a symbol, really. You know, since we got 8s at the end of the name on the channel, and 8 is my favorite number. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's special. Think about the number 8 and how how I do. You know what I mean? Just like that, it's infinite, infinite. But yeah, it's just to be in solidarity, show support, that kind of stuff. It's more symbolic than anything, you know. It's a representation. But let me see something. When did this machine come out? MPC Key 60, no, Key 37 release date. Oh, okay, so it was February of 2024. So yeah, I got it a few months after that. Yep. Yeah, I got this like over the summer of 2024. So a few months after it came out. Awesome machine, man. Awesome. And the main reason that made me get it is because I've always looked at MPCs. I thought they were cool. This is my first MPC, by the way. But like I was seeing MPCs, I've been looking at them for like shit, like 15 years, you know, 15 plus years or whatever. And I knew about them like not too long after I first started making music, but I didn't buy one because I'm like, yo, this shit is hell expensive. I like making music on a computer more. But when this machine came out, it was like perfect timing because I went back into looking into MPCs 2 years ago, right? And I never really seriously thought I was gonna buy one of these. But when I saw they had one that had a keyboard attached to it, I was like, oh shit. Because I like to. I'm not a piano player. I don't even know how to play piano. But I saw that they had the keys, and I was like, okay, well, cool. I could play in the notes myself because I was tired of using a mouse. I was tired of having to click the notes in and shit like that. And I had got a keyboard, an FL Key 37 for my birthday. You know, and I was using that on FL Studio, and I was getting a little bit familiar with that, and I was having fun with it. So I was like, okay, perfect. This machine comes out. I was looking at it. It was within my budget, and I said, okay, cool. I'm gonna buy this, and the rest is history, man. We've made at this point, about 1,500 songs, not full complete songs, but we have there's 1,500 project files on here. You know what I mean? Yep, about 1,500. So let's see. Ross said, like, insane how much you can do. I normally play guitar. Okay, that's what's up. Would you play like acoustic, electric? I mean, if you can play one, you can play the other, right? But that's what's up, man. I have electric guitar myself, but I never learned how to play it. My background is violin. I played violin growing up in school. You said, so it's like a space station control for me? Yeah, bro. This shit is crazy. It is real crazy. 777-888. I got you. Yep. You said you wanted the red? What you mean? You just like the fact that it's red? Oh, because you got the Key 61. You know what they should do? They should come out with like skins for it, like official skins. Like where you can put a faceplate on it, you know what I mean? Because they have like stickers you could buy for it. I've seen stuff online, but it's third-party stuff, It's not, at least the last time I checked. I don't know what AKAI is doing now, but the last time I checked, it was all third-party websites, third-party companies that have stickers for the MPC. You know what I mean? But it would be nice if they sold something like that. Either sell faceplates to put on them, or sell different versions of the MPC, like to have it in different colors. You know what I mean? But yeah, who knows? Time will tell. Time will tell. All right, y'all ready, man? You said don't lie. You wanted the red? No, well, this one is the reason why I bought this is because it's not the Key 61 is nice, but it takes up too much space. You know what I mean? This right here is it's bigger than some other MPCs, but it's like it's not too spaced out. You get what I'm saying? That Key 61, you gotta have some room for that shit. Straight up. You can't just set that anywhere, you know what I mean? You have to have it like in its own designated area, have to have its own table space, counter space, all that. So this is convenient, you know? And I don't need the 61 keys because I could go up and down octaves, that kind of stuff. But I will admit that the Key 61 does do more than this machine does, just a little bit. I think this has 2 gigs. The MPC 61 has 4 gigs. Isn't there like a sliding, like that little touch strip on the side of it on the Key 61? I forgot. But yeah. All right, y'all ready, man? You say you be playing the melodica? What is that? Melodica. That sounds familiar. Black Rose is ready. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? I appreciate y'all spamming the 8s in the chat. Yep. And the more active you all are in the chat, the more it helps the channel. When you come in here and you like the video, you subscribe to the channel, it helps out a lot. Like if you're able to donate, that's great, right? But I'm not gonna ever sit here and say you guys gotta pay me to do a show, or you guys gotta send me money, or I'm not playing nothing. No, like I'll still play music for y'all. I'll still make music for y'all. You know what I mean? Because I have a lot of fun doing it. But if you want to support what I'm doing over here, it means a whole lot to me if you guys like the video, sub to the channel, share it with your family and friends, man. Even if, and I ain't even joking about this, if you're walking down the street, you might be able to make a friend, be like, yo, you ever seen this dude on YouTube making music on an MPC? You're like, what's an MPC? We'd be like, you got to see for yourself, all right? Be like, write my name down to someone on a piece of paper, hand it to him, Like, check out this dude named Auron2888 on YouTube. AURON 2888. All right, yeah, check him out and tell him I sent you type shit. You know what I mean? You can make a friend like that, But yep, I appreciate y'all. What's up, G? What was that, Jill? Is it Jill Rajamani? You say your name is June Jambalaya. June Jambalaya? Okay. What up, June? What's up? Black Rose, you be sharing with strangers? I appreciate that. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. You say you seen John Baptiste playing the melodica and I had to get into it. It's a cross between harmonica and keyboard. Okay, that sounds about right. Because I've heard of a harmonica and definitely a keyboard, but melodica. Okay, I'm gonna have to check it out. Matter of fact, let me Google it right quick. So I'm just curious. I want to see what it looked like. Melodica. You know, we know that our phones are listening to us because I typed in literally the letters M-E, and then the suggested search in Google said melodica. You talking about melodica? Like, what are the chances of me searching for that, right? But since we talking about it, you know, and our phones are always listening to us, it was like, yeah, this is what he's looking up. Yeah. You meant this, right? Head ass phone, man. Oh, I see. That's tight. I see it. Look at that. Melodica. Y'all probably can't see it because the brightness is too bright. Hold on. Does that help? Is that better? Melodica. Yep. So basically, like it's almost like a harmonica that you play into it. You know what I mean? Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Interesting. Almost like, if you think about it, it's almost like an accordion. Kind of like an accordion a little bit. But they have something else. I forgot what it was. There's something else that's like an accordion. Like imagine like a bagpipe, right? You know, you playing into it like a brass instrument or something like that. That's pretty cool, man. That's what's up. Yep. June, you said, can you produce my song, please? Well, listen, if you guys want to talk business or whatever, you know what I mean? If you want to just, contact me in any kind of way, you could either join the Discord, which I recommend. That's the best thing to do. Or if you want to, whether you have Discord or whether, whatever, you guys can also hit me up on IG, okay? Discord or IG, all right? There you go. You said I can write good verse for Emma piano beat? Okay, I feel you. Well, yeah, talk to me on the back end, man. Ted said they listen to it. Yeah, they listen to us, dog. Always. But all right, y'all ready? I never played it from this part. Let me see. Play it from right here. Yeah, why not? Let's get into it, y'all. Cool, man. Cool. That's one of them tracks where I could play for like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes, you know what I mean? Just jam out with it, you know? Yeah, I like that one. I like that one, man. I like that one. Did y'all like that? Was that cool? Was y'all rocking out with that? Was y'all rocking with that? Uh, Taz, you hella funny. He said, chat like bro live before I get violent with y'all. Yeah, no, we keep the peace over here, bro, but I appreciate you, Taz. I appreciate you. And thank you too, Black Rose. Taiwan said, what's happening? What would be the name of this track? That's what's up. Let's see. No, but thank y'all. Thank y'all. Mm-mm. You said, Ross said I need to hire him to take some lessons. Are you talking about for this, to use the MPC? You said I can't do half that stuff on my MPC? Well, it all, it's a learning process, because I'll play you guys some tracks I made when I first started with this machine. Let me play y'all something old, okay? Something from back in the day. Damn, if we can get it to go down, okay. So let's see. Something old. Something old. Yeah. Because like I said, I got this around like the summertime of 2 years ago, you know? So, like, I guess you could say a year and a half ago, right? But when I first started making music with it, I didn't know how to use the mixer. I didn't know how to use none of this shit. When you go in here, put effects on the plugins, on the drum packs, that kind of stuff, right? I didn't know how to do none of that. Now, I have a background in making music with FL Studio, but some things translated, not everything. You get what I'm saying? Some things I was able to say, okay, I know what a delay is, I know what a reverb is, that kind of stuff, but yeah, a lot of the terminology on here I was confused about. I'm like, what the hell is a track? Isn't the song itself a track? But they're like, oh, track 1, track 2, and I'm like, oh, patterns. Okay, patterns, cool. I get it. You know what I mean? I forgot what they called it on FL Studio. It's been so long since I used that program. Because my computer unfortunately messed up, so I wasn't able to really do nothing with it anymore. But it's been like a year since I used FL Studio, at least. Isn't that crazy? I already forgot the shit by now. But that's because I've been so focused on this, and I use this machine pretty much every day. And that's what it comes down to, Ross, is I don't know how much free time you have or how much time you spend with this machine itself. But if you do something with it every single day, like maybe 30 minutes, an hour, whatever amount of time you can afford to spend, if you focus on this machine every day, okay, every single day, then you'll pick up things that you didn't even expect. You'll learn a lot quicker too. You know what I mean? It's like working out every day. Now it's a little bit different because working out is a whole other thing. You know, you got to recover and eat right and get right kind of sleep and shit like that. But anything you do repetitively, you do over and over and over, it's inevitable that you get better at it. You know what I'm saying? But I'll play you guys some tracks, some older tracks. I'll play a few actually of some stuff I made back in the day when I first got the machine, and I'll let you guys check it out. All right? You said, yeah, it's a slow learning process for me. That's okay, bro. Take your time with it. Ain't no rush. You know what I mean? Because like I said, if you only even get better 1% every day, you're still better than you were yesterday, right? All right, so check it out, y'all. Let's check it out. There's some old shit right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Little old track, you know what I mean? Little something I threw together, you know, just trying stuff pretty much. You know what I'm saying? I'll play a few more. You know, these are early tracks. Like these are within the first, possibly like within the first 10 tracks I ever made, you know? And I'll read the chat here in a second. Here's the next one, y'all. There we go. There we go. That's an old track, man. Old track. Obviously, I would go back now and change things about it. Mix it a little bit better, change audio leveling and stuff like that. But I just leave it the way it is because I want it to be a representation of the progress I've made when it comes to making music. You know what I mean? So let's see what y'all talking about real quick. Let's see. Do, do, do. Okay, Ross, you said your problem is you always end up just playing around, but you agree you need to practice. Yeah, man, just practice. Just I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing around with the machine. That's how you learn, right? Because sometimes like you're new to the channel, but a lot of times I'll come on here and get ready to make a track, and I'll just start messing with the piano. Just start playing random notes. Maybe sometimes I'll have something in mind that I want to make, but not always do I have it all figured out, right? It's a process at the end of the day. Making music is supposed to be something, that you feel within yourself, that you express through the notes you play or like the sounds you use, the drums and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? So, don't ever feel bad about it. You know what I'm saying? If you see somebody who's really good at making music, it doesn't mean that they had a point in time where they weren't good at making music. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, just practice. Definitely practice. You know? I mean, you get it. You get it. Taiwan said, I want to learn how to do this. You can. You definitely can. Because I'm going to tell y'all this too. When I first got this machine, I was super intimidated. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't know how to use none of this stuff. I didn't know what these buttons did. Like some things I could look at and recognize, okay, I know what this possibly means. I know what this word is and shit like that. But I didn't know what I was doing. You know? It took me a few days to even learn how to make a track. You get what I'm saying? Like what I did was when I bought the machine, I started watching, YouTube videos, started watching tutorials about it. And I'd say by maybe the second or third day, I understood like how to, you know, basically, what was it that I learned? It was something that I was like, oh shit, I can't even make no music until I learned this. It was something I forgot. I think it might have been by the third day I knew how to like, track out the song itself. But see, what's funny is I don't even use this. Like when I go into song mode, so you go here to, you know, make the whole song, right? To arrange the song. But the way I do it, I have a different method. Now you could go up in here and insert, the sequence that you're using, right? Because you can have different sequences. But I always have all my music, my whole song on one sequence, right? So you put in the sequence in the song mode. You have it repeat however many times you want. And this is my method. I'll teach you guys my method. If you want to learn the other method, there's other YouTube videos out there for that. But I go in here, I do the calculations, say, okay, 85 BPM. I say I want my song to be 4 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. I make it repeat, a certain number of times till I get to that, that duration, right? However long I want the track to be. Sequence to another one. Now I go here. Sequence 2 is now 80 bars. You know what I'm saying? So instead of it being 4 bars, which is sequence 1, so it can loop, I go to sequence 2, now it's 80. You get what I mean? That's just, something random I picked. So what I do now, after I do that, after I get the whole on sequence 2, get the whole song on sequence 2, basically what I just did for y'all while I'm, turning things on and off and, you know what I mean? I'll do that while the song plays. And so for however long the song is, I'll turn on certain things, the drums, the main tune, little bits of percussion, stuff like that. And if you guys notice, it'll play, like when I hit playback, because you got to automate it, right? I turn on automation, have it record, and I'll play it as if I'm, just listening to it. But I'll be, like DJing, you know what I mean? Performing it, basically. And then when it finishes, when I listen to it again and hit play, it'll play automatically. Like, I'll give you an example. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let me play something for y'all that you haven't heard yet, okay? I have not played this track in a hot minute. I'll play this for y'all, all right? It's still loading, hold up. It's still loading, still loading. Taiwan, you said, I got a name for this track too. I will call it Where Your Mind At. That's a good one. I like that. You said the theme would be about wretched bitches having to change their mind and looking to change the situation. Hell no. Yeah, Where Your Mind At is right though. Yeah. Thankfully, not all women today are like that, but yeah, there'd be a lot of, there's ratchet men and women, to be honest. Ratchet men and women out there, But yep, you said the thing about ratchet bitches having to change your mind and looking to change the situation. They'd be like, I'm in a bind, Nate. What was that? What was the name of that movie? Shit, I can't even think of it. Oh man. It had like Queen Latifah in it, Jada Pinkett Smith, somebody else. She was like, I'm in the bind, Nate. I'm in the bind, Nate. It's like, oh, okay. You said BPM is beats per minute? Yep. BPM is beats per minute. That's right. All right, so look. Here we go. Yeah, so like right here in this sequence, if I wanted to, I could like, watch this. I'll show y'all something real quick. So you see how I'm doing this, right? I'm just kind of playing them in and out. I made this song for my son, by the way. actually the very first song I ever like, finished basically. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's me like if I'm performing it, right? Just messing around. I'm, not like really playing it like I normally would. But so you see me doing all that, right? Like I'm turning stuff on and off. I did that so you can see like, you know, Obviously, if you have MPC, you know what this does. You know what I mean? But for those of you who are just curious and just watching, um, different pads, are assigned to different patterns. You know what I mean? And whatever is on that pattern, whatever plugin, whatever key group, whatever drums, whatever, right? Sample sounds, anything like that will be assigned to that track. So in the track mute section, this is what you're looking at, right? Anything that's red is a pattern that exists. Anything that's gray, like it looks like, there's no lights, it's gray on here, right? There's nothing there, right? So if you look at this is the drums. Now, a lot of times nowadays when I make my music, this was back when I did it differently. But when I make my music, I'll have some of you guys know, I'll have everything separated. Like snares will be one pattern. Like this could be snares, this could be kick, this could be hi-hats, this could be like some other sounds, whatever. I'll have it separated like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, in this case, you'll see it. This would be like, I think this the bass. Yeah, this is the bass. Cause I don't have them labeled, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing labeled on this. And if you want to label your stuff, obviously you come here, whatever track you're trying to label. Let's say if I want to, 12 is the bass, so I'll go to 12, right? Click on this right here. You guys can't really see it too good because the angle in the camera. But like go here, bring up that screen, type in whatever you want to call it, just something random. Like, okay, do it. There you go. Now you got it named. If I want to call it bass, call it bass. A lot of times when I label my stuff, I'll just say B. Or if it's drums, I'll say D. You know what I mean? If I want to do specific drums, I'll say S for snare, shit like that. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, you guys get it. See what I mean? Piano would be. Okay, there we go. All right, yeah, we lost connection there for a second. My bad, y'all. Let me see. So you saw what I was doing there, right? Playing all this stuff. You know what I mean? Drums and everything, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You get it now, you get it. So now with that, after I did all that stuff, but I'm doing it with the song mode in mind, right? I went in here, went to song mode, copied it over a whole bunch of times. You know what I mean? I did, for this specific song, I did 88 bars. So, do the math, however many times you got to repeat it to get to 88 bars, convert to sequence, all that type of stuff. And after I did all that, this is what I end up with, okay? I'll let y'all hear this part. And watch this. Watch this part. I'll jump it around. I'm finna get some T while it plays, but I'll jump around, let y'all see. It'll play, like some of these will light up at different moments in time. Some of them will turn off, disengage, that type of shit. So you'll see what I'm talking about. I go in here, automate it. I'm performing it as I'm recording it. This is how I, make the song. Other people do it differently. But you'll see, stuff turn on and turn off. And, basically this is the full song. All right? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Taiwan said to me, a dope bridge and hook will bring the concept together. You think you can see somebody rapping on this? See, I make a lot of my music, with the idea in mind that it's not necessarily made for rapping just because, I ain't got nobody singing on this shit or nothing like that. So I try to make it like a story. You know what I mean? That's why the music is not like a loop loop. You know how you hear a lot of beats that sounds the exact same? Like if you take most beats today, not all of them obviously, but a lot of music you hear today, if you took the vocals away, whether it's the singing, rapping, whatever, if you took that shit away and just hit play, it'll just sound like the same loop playing for like 2-3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But when you hear this, it's a bunch of different stuff going on because I got to make it interesting. You know what I mean? So you said obviously you know the keys on the piano a little bit. Like I know how to play. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know how to play piano. I play by ear. So whatever sounds good to me, that's what influences making the music. You know. You said preset that you add. What you mean a preset? What you asking? Well, here I'll come back and see what y'all got to say. All right. I'll go ahead and hit play and you'll see how I set this up. All right, you'll see these things turn on and turn off. You ready? Here we go. Now watch all this, all right? Watch all this stuff right here. So that's basically, whenever I make the song, whenever I finish it out, I'll just perform it, record it as I'm performing for however long the song is, and that's it. You know what I mean? Now, people do it differently. Some people do it to where they sequence it out. You know what I mean? They'll have different sequences. They'll have like the chorus. Like, let's say if you're making a traditional beat, right? Intro, chorus, whatever verses, the outro. They'll separate it by sequence most of the time. And so they'll have, the verses play however many times in song mode, right? They'll be like, okay, this will be this thing, this will be another, that'll be that, and it'll be sectioned out that way. But I do it totally different, you know? I do it totally different. Totally different. Yeah, give me 1 second, John. I'm gonna play some of the tracks. All right. Let me ask y'all, man. Y'all want to hear something new? More newer stuff or older stuff? Let me know. Yeah, let me know, y'all. Let me know. Let me know. Y'all want to hear some older tracks? You want to hear something more recent? If y'all want to, man, I can make something brand new right now, but you know, y'all gotta let me know. Let me know in the chat. All right. Said preset that you had. What you mean? Preset that I had. What you mean preset, Taiwan? Said doesn't necessarily mean rap. You said can put any artist on it. Okay, as long as it's authentic. You're right, right, yeah. Cause my thing is, some people they'll use acapellas, and I don't see nothing wrong with it. Sometimes you might need to use somebody's acapella on your track to see, how it will match with vocals, right? Maybe it can help with the rhythm of that you're trying to achieve with the music or whatever. But yeah, if you're gonna have something like that, you would want it to be somebody rapping or singing on the track itself, made for the track itself. You get what I'm saying? Not just somebody, laying down some vocals and you just attach it to the music and then put it out. Like you could do that, but it's not gonna have the same vibe. You know what I mean? Because the artist, whoever's singing or rapping, when they're listening to the track itself and they're singing or rapping to the track, it's like they're connecting with it. You know what I mean? And this is how I look at music. I look at music in a very spiritual way. I feel like when you make music, it's very spiritual because you're creating something that never existed before. You know what I mean? Before I made this song, it never existed. You get what I'm saying? There might be music out there that sounds like other songs, right? There might be tracks that any of you guys make, or even any stuff that I make, that'll sound like stuff you heard before. May have sound that may have like same keys, same like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you could take two songs that sound similar, but they're unique in their own way because they use different components, different tempo, possibly. Not just the pacing, but like there's a bunch of different stuff, different aspects. Like I'll give you an example. You all ever heard of Madlib? Madlib and Jay Dilla, right? Them two. Rest in peace to Jay Dilla. But there's a song that Jay Dilla did and a song that Madlib did, using the exact same sample, but they sound totally different. Both songs sound totally different from each other. If I wasn't worried about copyright strikes, I would go ahead and play it for y'all. But I'll give you guys, here, I'll show it to you. And I'll tell you the name of it, all right? Okay, Black Rose, you want to hear something more new? Wait, are you saying something more recent or are you saying make something brand new? Black Rose? Which one? Well, let me show y'all something. What's the name of this? Montara. Let me see. Here we go. So this is the original, right? By Bobby Hutcherson. Bobby Hutcherson. Y'all might not be able to see that, but that's the album cover, all right? The name of the song is called Montara. Okay? That's the album cover right there. If y'all can see that. So you got that right there. And then if you take the idea that, boy, I wish I could play this for y'all. I really wish I could play it. But I'll do like Mad Lib, okay? We'll type Mad Lib. So here goes Mad Lib. He did it on this Shades of Blue album, all right? Look up Montara, Montara, by Mad Lib. He took that same sample, the sample from the original, and made a beat, right? Then you got Jay Dilla. His is named something else, but I'll search up Montara. Should be able to find it. What he called this? He called his something else, Jay Dilla. Is this it? Hold on, let me see. Listen to this for a second. Let's see if this is the one. They playing Geico commercials and shit. Come on. Geico. Okay. This ain't the one. This ain't the one. Where is it at? I'm gonna Google it. Hold on. Jay Dilla Montara sample. That's what we're looking for. Jay Dilla. Okay, let's type this in. Jay Dilla Montara sample. Okay. What in the world? Where is it at? Well, here. Can we play some of this? Okay. This is somebody else playing it, so hopefully it won't give me a copyright. Doesn't that sound beautiful? I love this. I love these chords, man. This is probably one of my favorite, like, jazz type sounds. Or songs, I should say. I love that. I love that. That shit sounds so good to me. And see, if I knew how to play piano, I could just play it for y'all myself, you know what I mean? Matter of fact, I'm curious. Let me see if I can play this. Hold on, y'all. Because since I play by ear, you know what I mean? I can try to interpret what it sounds like. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. 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 Let's turn it up so y'all can hear it. Oh, shit. Yeah, basically. And see, I can't do the chords, but I'll just play a single note, you know? I love that. I love that a lot. It's so good to me. Yeah, it's good. So I have a, you know what's funny about this? I have a song that I made on FL Studio like a couple years ago. I think it was like 2023 or early 2024. And I'll play some of that for y'all real quick, and I'll come back and read the chat. Well, I'll read the chat after this. You get what I'm saying? But give me a second. Let me find it. Let's find this mug right quick. Okay, here we go. This right here. I never got to finish this song because, you know, obviously I can't use my computer to make music anymore right now. But when I get a new laptop, I will finish this track for y'all, okay? But here's like a piece of it. Here's a piece of it. There's not much to the video. It's just like a little image, animated image. It almost has like the same kind of concept, you know? Yeah. I mean, y'all get it. You know what I'm saying? All right, that's somebody else's music. Somebody else's stuff. But yeah. So let's see what y'all talking about. What's up, SAA? What up, what up? You said you woke up earlier? Okay, that's what's up. Okay, Black Rose, so you don't want me to make nothing new? Okay. We don't have to do nothing new. So recent tracks. Okay, I got you. Taiwan said preset. I mean, did you create something in original and use it to add to new piece? No, everything I make is all within the same track itself, you know? If I hit, let me think, have I ever done that? Oh, yeah. Here, let me show y'all something. Let's find it. So, here. I'm glad you asked that, Taiwan. You said, isn't Jay Dilla from Detroit? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yep, Detroit. You said the jazz is always dope? Hell yeah. Yep. Yeah, how's it going today, SAA? Sammy, AKA. Let's see. Okay. Where is it at? This, yeah. This is it. So basically, I'm going to play y'all a track that I made. Another unfinished track that I never got to finish. Unfinished track I never got to finish. All right. And here is, I have two like uploads of it. One where it's like playing the main tune, the softer side of the track. And then another part of it where it's playing like with the drums and all other stuff. All right. Here you go. Wonder if I could find it as a short. Do I have it uploaded as a short? Let's see. Oldest. Let's look up oldest. Yeah, here we go. We'll play it from here. All right. Here you go. All right, you hear that? So here's the other version. With some AI stuff I did. That's like me if I had longer hair. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I used to be trying to edit videos and shit. I can't do nothing now like that without my computer for real. I mean, I could do them on my phone, but really, you know, there's no point. It's not as much fun, you know? It's too much. It just takes too much. You get what I'm saying? So that's the exact same song I just played, the exact same one. But that has like other parts of it, other parts of the song. There's drums in it, there's a bass line, all that type of shit. So I didn't do nothing with that because I didn't want to have to separate all them sounds. But what I did with this, I took this tune This tune right here, right? Okay, so I took that and basically chopped up as a sample, used the main tune from it, and let me see. And I changed the tone of it a little bit. You'll see what I'm saying. Okay, so you get it? And I basically did like a rendition of my own song, you know? I'll show y'all. Let's see, where we start this from? Right here. Okay, you all get it. You all get it. Yeah, that track is pretty. It's intense. You know what I'm saying? It's intense. But I took the sample. Oh, yeah, I took the sample basically, and from my own song, and I just use it as a bass. Really, it was kind of like an inspiration for this track, because as you could hear, it barely even showcases in the track itself. But I definitely took the same concept, the same idea, the kind of the tune, right, and just played out the notes just like this. Put in different plugins, like one in particular. There's one plugin that I like a lot, right, on OPX4. It's called Evolution, and like this one. Did I put some effects on this? Plugin 8. Where's 8? Yeah, I got some. So this is it. If I change it to default, right, just reset it. This is how it sounds, right? If I change it back to how it was, that's what I ended up doing with it. See what I'm saying? You know, just sometimes, you know, combination of effects, going in there and modifying the sound of the plugin itself. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's it. That's it pretty much. Let's play some you said more recent tracks, right? Black Rose? Y'all got any questions though? I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. But yeah, I think I've done that maybe it's not that often. I'll just put it that way. It's not often where I take a track I already made and repurpose it, you know? But thank you, Black Rose. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you guys vibing out, man, if you guys liking this stuff, go ahead and like the video for me. All right. Please hit that like button. Sub to the channel. Okay. What else we got? What else? Something more recent. Let's see. Where's that one at? Oh, we'll play some of this. Yep. But give me just a minute, y'all. Finna get some of my tea real quick. Okay. Getting kind of thirsty, but I'll be right back. All right. Don't forget to double tap that screen. Like the video. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, man? Like the video, sub to the channel. Hit the button at the top if you see it. All right. Be right back. Y'all want to hear that song, man? I might play that after this. But I appreciate y'all patience. Thank you for being here. We got 3 people in the chat. That's okay. Some of y'all left, you know. You're like, I'll come back. But we got 3 people in the chat, 33 likes. That's 333. All right. My phone is on 44%. How crazy is that? All right. That is pretty crazy, though. Anyway, let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. Like the video, sub to the channel. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. What else we got? Y'all want another one, man? Well, it's almost time to go, y'all. Almost time to end the show. I'm thinking about hopping on the game and doing a game stream for y'all. It's gonna be, I don't know, shit, cross between either Ninja Gaiden 4 or we probably gonna do Arc Raiders, actually. Let me see something. Let me check something right quick. Let's see something right quick. Let me see something. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't know why I'm in this kind of mood just to make stuff. I'm feeling very in the music making mode. You know what I mean? Music making mood, music making mode. Let me see something right quick. I'm gonna pick something random. Something I've never used before though. What haven't I used here? It's gotta be some stuff I haven't used because I know for a fact I haven't used everything. What in the hell? Let me see something. Possibly this. Because we don't get too many O's. Sit tight, y'all. Sit tight. Sit tight. Sit tight. Let's see. I've used this. Maybe. Maybe. I like that. I'm gonna do something with this, to be honest. Yeah. We only picked 2 drums. Let me get something else real quick. We got 3 pages. What should we get here? Oh man. Let's try that. Oh man, okay. Maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll do both. Yeah, I could do both. You know what I mean? Yep. So let's come up with a tempo real quick. Tempo. Let's see. Because we're using both of these. Okay. We want the tempo to match, you know what I'm saying? Yo, what should we call this, y'all? What should we name this? Excuse me. I would split this one up. Still like this. Okay. Yeah, we got sounds over there. Sound a little more open, you know what I mean? All right, here we go. I just want to separate it off. Okay, cool. What's up, buddy? Good morning. What up? What up? How you doing today? That's not bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave that track there for now because I feel like, you know, maybe, hold on, maybe. What I do? When I had something with this, didn't I? Yeah, I was gonna make something with this. Let's do it real quick. Oops. Fuck that part up. Hold on. That's what it was. Cool. Okay. Okay. Now I think we're finished with it. Now we're good. We're good. Now we're good. Okay. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. We're going we'll leave it with that. We'll leave that one with that. Let's see. Buddy, you say you're doing all right. Can't wait to go back to the chiropractor for my care. Oh, to go back to the chiropractor for your care. You know, chiropractic care really works. It does. It definitely does. You know what I mean? Especially if you have like scoliosis, some type of misalignment, because sometimes your hip might get out of line, you know, or your shoulders or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the way you could be sitting, the way you're laying down in bed. You know, maybe when you're lifting weights, the posture with all that type of stuff. You know, it could throw your body off, and a lot of people don't realize this, but you could have a totally perfect spine, right? Nothing wrong with it, no curvature, nothing like that. But just from life, you know what I mean? Just daily life, you know, wear and tear in your body, and maybe also not having the proper amount of muscle mass on your frame, it can make your skeletal system shift. You know what I mean? Shift out of place. So yeah, not all chiropractors are made equal. Some are good, some are okay, some are great, right? And hopefully there's no bad chiropractors out there, because if they are, shit, they shouldn't be in business, right? But no, it is helpful. I will say that chiropractors they do pretty good. You say your back was just starting to get better, and then this ice storm. Oh yeah, haven't been able to walk for a day. Really? Was it like the cold? What's up, Stony? What up? How you doing this morning, Stony? How's it going? Was it? It's like the cold though. You feel like in your bones. I've heard of that. I've definitely heard of that. Where people say, "Oh, some people say when it's raining, you know what I mean? When it's raining, they be in pain." But let's see some real quick. All right, y'all. I'm probably gonna play just a few more before we go. All right. Give me a second though, y'all. I'm finna get some of my tea, and I'll come right back. All right. Give me a minute. All right, y'all, we back, man. We back. Appreciate y'all patience. Let's see what y'all talking about. Uh, Stonington Cervical Chiropractic found in Dystonia on me. Yeah, see, I mean, like the right chiropractors, a lot of them are like based in functional medicine, you know, and allopathic medicine, which is like modern medicine. A lot of doctors use that in, like the major hospitals, right? Most of that revolves around like surgeries and prescription drugs. You see what I'm saying? But when you go to like chiropractors and functional medicine doctors, they look for the root cause of stuff, typically. A good one would. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said earlier, not all of them are equal. Not all of them, do the same quality of work. But a good chiropractor, a good functional medicine doctor, they will look for the root cause. They'll look for the problem. Look for it at the source and, find a solution, or at least help you find a solution. You see what I mean? Shit, a functional medicine doctor, boy, they'll do a whole bunch of tests and it could get expensive, but it's like, what would you rather have? Spend the money and have like a better quality of life, or save money and feel like crap. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in my opinion, it's a better investment than going to like the regular doctor. Because most cases, a regular doctor, and sometimes you need it, sometimes you need the prescription medicine, sometimes. But a lot of times you go to one of these doctors out here, whether insurance covers it or not, all they're gonna do is write you a prescription for some bullshit, and you end up taking it for, oh, you think, okay, I'm gonna take it for a few weeks or a few months or whatever. Next thing you know, you're taking that shit for 5, 10, 20 years. You know what I mean? I know people today, right now, to this day, that are in their 40s and 50s and beyond, that have been taking the same medicine, not because they need it, but because, they didn't change their lifestyle, right? Could be high blood pressure medication, could be diabetes medication. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. If you're born with diabetes, you got type 1, right? I think that's the one that you be born with when your pancreas don't work. You can't really do much about that. All you have to do is manage it. That's all that's all you really can do for real. From my knowledge. And this is not medical advice, but I do know for a fact that if you have type 2 diabetes, one that you developed during your life, as long as your pancreas is intact, right? And there's nothing majorly wrong with it, you can reverse type 2 diabetes. You 100% can reverse that shit. Okay? So don't let nobody tell you like, oh, well, you gotta take this for the rest of your life. And, oh, well, womp, womp, womp. Hell no. Fuck that. If somebody tell you that, they lying to you. Okay? Unless you know there's something distinctly wrong, right, with your pancreas or your other organs, you know what I mean? And even then, it's worth a shot. Like, it's worth trying to reverse it. You know what I mean? It's better to be able to fix it than to, or at least try to fix it and still get good results, than just sit there and accept your fate as it is and say, well, I just got to take this for the rest of my life. Nah, you probably don't, you know? So it's unfortunate, but we do live in a world today where most Americans, for sure, I can't talk about people overseas, but most Americans, like a huge majority of Americans, take some form of prescription drug every single day. And I thank God every day that I don't have to take nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing if I don't want to. You know, I take supplements. That's what I take. And even that stuff, I don't need it every day. You know what I mean? That's what I get. That's what I mean by I don't have to. I don't take nothing unless I want to. You know what I mean? So I'll take some type of maybe vitamins, maybe B vitamins, maybe some type of herbal supplement. But I don't take any prescription drugs. I don't need them. I don't want them. And I'm healthy without them. You know what I mean? So my best advice is to prevent shit before it happens. Okay, folks? I don't care how old you are. If you can, right? If you need the help, go to the doctor. Get checked out, get the help. But if you're a relatively healthy adult, do things as far as lifestyle goes to prevent yourself from needing that kind of stuff, okay? Because trust me, you wouldn't want to have to go down that road. I've seen plenty of people. My dad, before he passed away, my dad was taking like a fucking bucket of pills every day. You catch my drift? My mom right now to this day takes a whole bunch of medication. My dad, before he passed, had like a whole little, I don't know what you would call it, but like a little, little tray or whatever the fuck of all medication he had to take every single day. And I'm just like, what the hell, So even with my mom, I try to get her on the right track. You know, she has gotten better. You know, she's lost weight. She's eating a little bit differently. But like I want her to get to a point where she doesn't have to take all this medication. You know, that's what I would like to see for her. You get what I'm saying? And I wish the same for all of y'all that you, if you're taking something, I hope that you find a way to be healthier without it. All right? And I really mean that. So let's see what else y'all talking about. Uh, Bunny said no walking because of the ice and it was 18 degrees. Yeah, it's cold as hell. I'm shocked that it's 18 degrees in Texas. I'm hella shocked by that. 18 degrees. All the way down south, huh? Yeah, that's crazy. Y'all up early? No, I've been up overnight, Stony. Look, I had my sleep schedule together for like one day, yeah, like 1.5 days. Half would be like this, one, 1.5. No, but my sleep schedule was good for like one day, and it threw back off, man. Yep. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a night owl, but I really would like to go to bed at nighttime, wake up in the morning, be up during the day, and sleep at night. Okay, that's what I would prefer. But you know, you know. Anyway, let's see. You said man, Stony O was up all night. Oh, really? How's O feeling? Is he all right? Yeah. Oh yeah, CBD. I forgot about CBD. That stuff actually works, and as long as you get the right kind, you won't get the psychoactive ingredients in it. Like it'll have like a percentage of THC, but for the most part, a good quality CBD supplement just is that CBD. You know, you ain't got to worry about being in an altered state of mind, altered state of consciousness, nothing like that. You ain't gotta be worried about that. Boys, I neglected to use the heating pad and ice pack. Not a good decision. Yeah, I mean the heating pad obviously is comfort. The ice pack is to reduce inflammation and swelling. You know. So I'm laying on one now. My head and neck only not hurt when I'm lying down. I'm sorry to hear that, Stoney. That's really tough. You know. You said when I'm at work, I use BioFreeze. I smell like an old lady, but I have to pay the bills. Yeah, I mean, listen, you pretty tough, honestly, Stoney. For you to keep doing, what you're doing and continue through with what you got going on, I gotta give you a lot of props, a lot of respect. You know what I mean? I don't even have to be in that position to understand that that's not easy. You know, I definitely can. I can imagine. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna pray for you, Stoney. You know what I'm saying? I pray that God takes away your pain, takes away whatever's ailing you. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's afflicting your body, your mind, any part of your body, all your organs. I pray that they're healed, that you find the answers you're looking for, the solutions you're looking for, that the doctors get the right information to help you, and that you heal fast, that you come back normal, or at least better. Yeah, at least normal or better than normal. I pray that in Jesus' name, in Christ Jesus' name, amen. I really, I hope everybody's healthy out there. I want everybody to, just be well. You know what I mean? Because it's one thing to feel good and wake up feeling good every single day, but when you just feel normal on a regular basis and you have no issues, you take that shit for granted really easily. You get what I'm saying? Like it's really easy. Not to make it about this because I know we, try and do music and everything, but like even me in my 20s, I took my health for granted, right? I was like, oh shit, I could smoke, I could drink, I can, do this and that, still get up and jump around, and I could run and exercise, and I have all this stamina and all this shit, right? Until I got to a point where, it caught up with me. You know what I'm saying? And I'll wake up some days not feeling too good, or, my energy wasn't good, all type of shit. And I'm like, damn, what the hell? So yeah, don't take for granted that you feel good today. All right, that's why I said prevent, you know, the best, what they say, the best medicine is prevention or some shit. Yeah, whatever the saying goes, you basically want to avoid having issues as far as your health goes. Okay, I think it's common sense, but a lot of people they just do whatever. Drink soda, smoke cigarettes, drink a whole bunch of alcohol, eat junk food and shit like that. If you want to do something like that, any of those things I named, if you're going to do them at all, do them extremely rarely, like on occasion. You should not be doing this stuff every day, right? You think about most people who smoke cigarettes, they pretty much smoke every single day. That's going to fuck you up. I don't care who you are. Some people say bullshit like, oh, my grandma lived to be 97 and she smoked every day. I don't give a fuck. Not everybody's your grandma. You understand what I'm saying? So just because somebody's grandma lived to be damn near 100 while smoking cigarettes every day, that don't mean shit. It really don't. You know? So don't test fate and don't test God by saying, well, I'm just gonna keep on doing this, keep on. No, okay. So just don't learn the hard way. All right, folks? Don't learn the hard way. Trust and believe that. Let's see. Bunny said I know the smell of that stuff. Said my neck and shoulders are the problem. I'm going to do the heating pad and ice today. Okay. Yeah, Bunny, maybe take it easy on the Pilates. You know what I mean? Take a day off. One day is not gonna hurt you. 1 or 2 days, really. It ain't gonna hurt you. So he said CBD works really well too. I microdose THC for the pain also. Yeah, yep. Sometimes THC is good. That's true. Like, I don't judge nobody. Some people smoke weed every day. They just sit up, smoke blunts and shit, pack bowls every single day, all day. You know what I mean? And I've been there with that too. So I get it. I don't smoke now. I don't even use THC or nothing like that now. But I've been there, and so I get what it's like. But if you find something that helps you, now I'm not gonna say the same thing about alcohol. If somebody's drinking every day to cope with something or to feel good, that's a problem. But like CBD doesn't interfere with nothing you're doing, and if you could still function and focus and get stuff done on THC, or at the very least, if it's a part of your day where you've already done what you gotta do and you're relaxing, then that's not a big deal. Like, do whatever you want to, folks, as long as it's not interfering with what you got to get done, or it's not interfering or hurting you or anyone else. All right, and you're good. In my opinion, I believe you should be free to do whatever you want to do as long as it's not affecting somebody negatively, affecting you negatively, because then obviously it's a problem. Bunny said I heard a lot of people doing microdosing. Yeah, all type of shit, really. Biofreeze has a lavender gel. It's not as bad as the other, but yeah, Olay shit. One thing I'll say too about the lavender, okay? Lavender is estrogenic. There's a couple other plants that do the same thing, like mint in a way, kind of is like that. What else? There's a few other ones too. I can't think of off the top of my head, but I know for a fact, like lavender can be estrogenic. So if you have any type of hormonal problems, be a little careful with the lavender. Or maybe you could say this: if your estrogen is low, then using like lavender lotion, lavender body wash, lavender essential oils, that will actually be good for you because it can raise it. You know. Let me see. Yeah, soy products do the same shit. But a lot of soy is like super bioengineered, super GMO. So I'd watch it with that. I would definitely watch it with that. And it sucks because soy is almost in every damn food now, isn't it? Isn't that wild? It's either corn or soy is almost in everything. That shit is irritating to me. I hate that. And I don't say I hate much, but I actually hate that. Yeah, I really do. I hate that we got that stuff in our food like that. Love, health, and wellness hour. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't intend to talk about this stuff, but you guys, uh, you know, mention stuff in the chat kind of got me going a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I don't like. I'm gonna just keep it real. I don't like to hear people not doing well. Like, I want y'all to say what you got to say. I'm not telling you guys not to share what you're going through with me or anybody else, right? But like, the point I'm trying to make is when I see or hear about somebody not doing well, it bothers me. It really does. I don't know where that comes from or why I'm that way, but like, as soon as I hear somebody going through something physically, health wise, or whatever, I'm automatically trying to like think of, okay, what advice could I give them? What can I say at the very least to like help them in some kind of way. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just that's my default response. Default, you know what I mean? Stoney says microdose of mushrooms for the anxiety that comes with this, but I had to back off when I started taking Excedrin. Excedrin is what again? Let me see. Was that like an antidepressant? What is this? Over-the-counter medication. Oh, okay. Okay, it's acetaminophen, aspirin, and caffeine. Damn. Damn. Okay. Well, Stoney, I'm gonna say this. One thing I know about aspirin, okay, and this is for anybody. Pretty much anything I ever say is for everybody and anybody, because this advice doesn't usually apply just to only one person, okay? But basically what I'm about to say is aspirin can be dangerous. I'm not trying to scare you, but aspirin can be dangerous because, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it on the bottle, but aspirin will thin the hell out your blood. It'll thin out your platelets to where your platelet count will go down. Now, if you're having if a person, I'll just say hypothetically, if a person's having like blood clotting issues as far as like their blood's too thick, or they have blood clots in general, this is not medical advice. Disclaimer: not medical advice, but it could be helpful, right? If your blood is thick and that kind of stuff. But really, there's like better alternatives. You could have like white willow bark tea, which is basically what aspirin is derived from, but also eating garlic, having, cayenne pepper in your diet. What else? There's some other shit too that you could do. Some herbal supplements thin your blood, right? Like ginkgo biloba. Let me see. I think mullein does the same thing. There's a few of them. Chaga mushrooms will thin your blood, But aspirin's very powerful, so just be careful, okay? It's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, all right? Anti-inflammatory drug, so it's good for certain things for sure. I think aspirin definitely has a purpose. It has a use. I'm not going to tell anybody ever to not take aspirin at any point in their life, right? But maybe sometimes you might want to not take it, is all I'm trying to say, all right? So, talk to your doctor, see if, what the viscosity of your blood is. The test that you can get done to check that is called the D-dimer test, okay? Let me look this up to get y'all the right spelling. I really like talking about this health stuff, but, I would hope to be able to talk about it in a way where it's like not, what's the word? I would like to talk about it when people, you know, maybe don't need the advice, if that makes any sense. Like, I like to talk about it for the sake of talking about it, but, it sucks whenever people are going through shit, man. Let me see. D-dimer. This is it. D-dimer test, yeah. It's basically a blood test that measures fragments from a dissolved blood clot. Yeah, okay. Yep. Primarily used to rule out clotting disorders. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it just tells you like how thick your blood is, pretty much. A D-dimer test. D-dimer. D-I-M-E-R. D-dimer. D-dimer test. Yep. Okay. Let's pull up the chat. Oh boy, I'm behind. Oh shit, here we go. Anti-inflammatory diet. Yeah, that's good to have. You want to have some level of inflammation, but like not to the point where it's causing problems. You know what I mean? Like what they call it, a cytokine storm. When your inflammation is too high in your body, you can end up having a lot of issues. Organs will become inflamed. Your brain can become inflamed. It'll make it to where you have brain fog and shit like that. You'll have joint pain. You know, yeah, a lot of stuff like that. Yep, organs. You know, so anti-inflammatory diet's good, but like let's say if you're sick, right? One of the first things you want to cut out is like fish and dairy. You know what I mean? Dairy can actually increase inflammation, especially if you're like lactose intolerant. But and plus a lot of the dairy in America is fucked up. Like you gotta have, I think it's called A2 milk or A2 dairy for like from a certain type of cow. It comes from like a certain type of cow. Yeah. That's what it is. A2, A2. Um, but you know, anti-inflammatory diet's good overall. Yeah. You just want like a lot of food that got antioxidants in it. You know what I mean? Like eating a lot of fruit. I always tell folks, man, the easiest diet you could ever have. You know, if you're vegan or vegetarian, then I can't help you with that. All right, I don't know shit about that in that kind of way. Good luck. Okay, if you're a vegan or vegetarian, then good luck. But if you eat meat like me, the best thing you can do is get good quality meat. All right, you don't have to buy organic grass-fed beef and all that shit, but it would be better if you did. Right, it'd be better if you buy that kind of food. But basically, have chicken, sometimes occasionally pork, but make sure you know where that pork is coming from, because not all pork is good. Just like not all beef, not all chicken, not all whatever. But just get good quality meat, turkey, pork, chicken, beef, you know, deer, if you can get it, deer, bison, that kind of stuff. Eat that, right? Have some vegetables here and there, but mainly eat fruit. Okay? You got to get your protein, but have fruit. If you're hungry and you already ate, right? Then eat you an apple or something. You know what I mean? Not all fruit in America is all that good, but eat you some blueberries, some kiwis, some pineapple, papaya, strawberries, shit like that, blackberries, raspberries, whatever, you know? But just mainly have fruit, mangoes, you know, papaya. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you eat like that and avoid eating chips, avoid eating candy and all types of snacks, and you only eat like actually when you need to, trust me, you will be way better off. All right. The way I was able to lose 60 plus pounds over the course of like 3 months was I ate the protein during the day. Sometimes during the day, I'd make a smoothie, like a fruit smoothie with frozen fruit. But always, if I was ever hungry before going to bed, I would have some fruit, just straight up. You know what I mean? Make a smoothie if I needed to, drink that, and lay down. You know? Try not to eat like no heavy ass meals before laying down. You don't want to eat a whole lot of fatty containing food. Like if you got to make a choice. If you're doing keto diet, then okay, you can have the protein, the fat. But if you eat like a regular diet, like you're having carbs, fat, protein, all that stuff, before you go to bed, you don't want to eat like a big ass meal, like steak and potatoes right before laying down. You get what I mean? Or like a casserole, or like a slab of a lasagna or some shit, a hamburger, some pizza, whatever. You don't want to eat that before laying down. Okay? Just have you some fruit. You know? And really, if you want to, you can eat it till you get full. Eat enough fruit, till you get full. Some grapes or whatever. You know? If you're into dairy, you can have some like peaches and yogurt. You know, shit like that. Really, you would try not to have the yogurt, to be honest with you. But yeah, just to keep it simple, have some fruit before going to sleep. And when you wake up, the potassium that's in the fruit will help get the salt out your body, help get rid of the bloating from the salt in your body. It'll help regulate your blood pressure. And the sugar content that's in the carbs will help relax you. It'll raise your insulin a little bit and help you, relax. Because when your insulin drops too low for too long period of a time, your cortisol levels will rise up. They'll spike. You know what I mean? And that shit can, cause you like stress. You could be feeling anxious. You could be restless, overly alert. Because when you wake up in the morning, your cortisol levels rise naturally. That's how you wake up. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Let's catch up with the chat, though. I'm hella far behind. He said, I didn't know that mushrooms are contraindicated with excedrin. I didn't know that either. But maybe because mushrooms can, like, affect blood pressure and blood thinning and stuff like that. Because I know, like I said, some strains can. But when it comes to those kind of mushrooms, not too sure, but possibly, yeah. Really, I'm going to just tell y'all this. Those kind of mushrooms, not to get off into this topic, but that shit is tricky. Because I've had experience with that stuff before in my younger days, in my 20s. Felt amazing. Had no problems with it, right? As I got older, because I wasn't taking good care of myself and I was smoking and drinking and all that stupid shit, when I would, take some mushrooms, like those kind, uh, I was having some weird side effects, you know what I mean? Yep, feeling a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit almost like nervous, you know what I mean? But like feeling physically, not sick, but just like like nervous as far as like, oh man, I feel like something's gonna happen, you know, like tightness in my chest and shit like that, and I'm like, oh fuck, what the hell's going on, you know? So yeah, take care of your health, folks. That's all I'm saying. Stony said I drove to work at the school yesterday. We didn't have school. That's good. CBS doesn't pass the blood-brain barrier. Oh, CBD doesn't pass the blood-brain barrier like THC. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, because THC, I mean, that's how you end up feeling that, you know, the way you do. Because, you know, the way THC is. Story said I was waiting tables last night. It was embarrassing, y'all. My hair kept pulling. I left there and I just started crying. I understand, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Stoney. Listen, just, you know, keep pushing, stay strong. You know what I mean? Think of it this way, and I've heard this before. It sounds cliche, but it's true. You wouldn't go through nothing that you couldn't handle. And at the end of the day, look at it this way. Have the idea and the concept in your mind that there's a solution and you will find it. You get what I'm saying? Always remind yourself there is a solution and you will find it, okay? Because even though tomorrow's not promised to any of us, you're still here for a reason, all right? But you're also not here to have to suffer and go through some bullshit. So keep in your mind, like I said, that there is a solution and you will find it, all right? And this goes out for everybody, not just Stoney, but everybody. Whatever's happening in your life right now today, whatever's bothering you, whatever you're going through, whether if it's health related, if it's something mental, right, your emotions, if it's how you feel with what is going on circumstantially, it could be financially, whatever the fuck is going on in your life, always remember every single day that there's a solution and you will find it, all right? Remember that. I want y'all to remember that. Seriously. Just keep that in the forefront of your mind. Don't be sitting there getting down about nothing and dwelling on negative shit. Just remind yourself that there is a solution and you will find it, okay? Believe that. Believe that. So I said, even keeping drama people away. Yeah, keep the drama out your life, the bullshit. We ain't got no time for games because we all grown as a mug, right? So we ain't got time for games. We ain't got time for no childish behavior. We ain't got no time for immaturity, drama, you know, the dysfunction, the chaos, the stress. They, you know, whoever the fuck, they keep that shit over there. You feel what I'm saying? Let them do that. If you guys got anybody in life, whether, I don't care if it's your friends, your family, your boyfriend, girlfriend, whoever, I don't care who it is, your associates, the people you work with, if you got people that's on some dumb shit, keep them separated from you, okay? Deal with them on a very minimal basis. Only interact with them if you need to. And you could let them know, like, yo, I just can't be around you because of how you are. And hopefully if they care enough about you, if these are people that, you know, you have that kind of relationship with, if they care enough about you, they'll realize what they're doing and the kind of problems that they're causing. And hopefully they'll work on themselves enough to change to be better. Because that really should be everybody's goal. I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, fuck people and just never talk to them again for the rest of your life. But some people you might have to take a step back from and have to just let them be. Leave them alone, give them space, let them focus on themselves and improve themselves, get themselves together. And if they never do because they want to be fucking lazy or they just want to, you know, act like their shit don't stink, then, you know, they're going to stay where they're at. While you move on and continue your life and you become better because that's what you want to do, right? Like you're supposed to, let them stay where they're at. If they don't change or become better, then that's on them. It might be tough, it might be sad, because you would want better for them, right? But they have to want better for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So, yep, keep the drama out your way, folks. If you want good for yourself, if you want good things out of life, you can't be, you know, playing both sides. You can't be dibbling and dabbling in the dumb shit and have good outcomes. Remember that. That's a natural fact of life. You know what I mean? I don't care who you are. Unless you thrive from chaos. And if you are that kind of person, then I don't know how you would like to be here, because this ain't that kind of place. But if you thrive from chaos and drama and bullshit, well then that's your thing and good luck. But if you're a person who you want good things out of life and you have a positive outlook, or at least you want to have that more optimistic viewpoint in life, then yeah, you got to stay away from that bullshit. You have to. You have to. It don't matter who it is or how important they may or may not be to you. You gotta, you gotta separate yourself straight up. Straight up. Even if it's your own kids, your parents, your kids, whoever you are and whoever they are, Whatever your relationship is, yeah, understand that. Yep, yep. Yeah, it'll fuck with your nervous system, like Stoney said. Yep. Said my doctor told me no smoke on my brain. That's good. Yeah, that's good. He said I bite the THC gummies in half. They help kick in the CBD, but my head and neck pain is unreal. Bunny said Orange Health and Wellness Hour has made me into what I am today. That's what's up. Yeah. I mean, I give advice if I can, and I hope, like, whatever I say, I hope it helps somebody, you know, even if it's just one person. Uh, is empathy an empath? I kind of feel that way sometimes, because I'm not gonna lie, like, this may sound really weird to y'all. I almost never say this kind of shit, but this is just for the sake of conversation, okay? And you guys can think whatever you want to about this. You can judge me if you want to or whatever. But when I see people who are like mentally handicapped, you know what I mean? Like when you see people who are severely mentally handicapped, like where they can't really function, they could be wheelchair bound or whatever. Like they're, and I can't say the word because I feel like YouTube has restrictions against this. But basically, I'll say it in a way like saying regarded. People who are literally for real regarded. Change the G for a T, okay? But people who are like that, I get like actually for real sad. When I get around people like that, I gotta go, cause it brings me down. I'm just being honest. I get around that, and I know there's nothing that could be changed because it's like it could be a genetic issue, it could be something happened, it could be an accident that caused some type of brain damage or whatever. It's hard for me to be around those kind of people. You know what I mean? I have compassion for them, but I gotta get away from that because I feel fucking like sad as fuck around that. You know what I mean? I can't be around that shit, honestly. You know. But that's just I'm just letting you guys know a part of me. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about this kind of shit for real, but yeah, when I get around folks that have some type of mental handicap like that, to where there's like nothing they can do, it brings me down severely. So. Yeah, some people be like, well, shouldn't you be? No, man, I gotta go. I gotta get out of there. Straight up. Yeah. Even if I see something like that pop up on my TV, whether it's on YouTube or whatever, if I see that, I gotta change it. I gotta. No, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that at all. Nope. 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 You said Excedrin is over the counter. Yep. Jacked up my heart rate. Stopped taking them. I took them for about 3 weeks because my head felt like my skull was being pulled apart. Man. You said you was on everything organic and holistic. Your brain was inflamed and the dystonia causes that. Mercury poison in my brain. Yeah, mercury poison. Can't have fish anymore. As far as fish goes, like, okay, if you're ever going to eat fish, I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you to do this, but like, consider if you miss eating fish that possibly you could have sardines. Sardines have very little, if any, mercury in it. Now, if you look at tuna, for example, this might help somebody out there. Tuna has one of the highest mercury contents imaginable. Because if you think about a tuna is a big giant ass fish, right? And they live a long time, boy. They be swimming around the ocean for hell is accumulating and soaking up and absorbing a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas sardines, they're like this big. Sardines are like this big. Some are a little bit bigger than that, but they're a super small fish, right? And they don't have a whole lot of time or like surface area physically, internally, all that to absorb a whole bunch of heavy metals and other toxins. You see what I'm saying? So tuna is the worst fish you can eat as far as like the heavy metals go. Health wise, catfish and all other type of bottom feeder fish are not good to eat. But like salmon and sardines are the best two quality fish that I know of. Okay, somebody might know something else, but as far as I know, yeah, sardines and salmon, the best that you could eat as far as fish goes. Okay. Some people say cod. I don't like the idea of cod. I feel like cod is not that good for you. I feel like tilapia is not that good for you. Yeah, fish like that. Matter of fact, I think I read somewhere years ago that eating tilapia on a regular basis is like the equivalent to just eating cheeseburgers. You know what I mean? As far as like the impact on your health or something. Smoking cigarettes, some shit they said. I forgot what it was. But yeah, I read that and it stuck with me. I said, okay, cool. I'm good on that then. Fruit and vegetables and nuts. I still eat meat and chicken. That's good. It's good. No junk food, right? I'm correcting this every day. That's why I'm selling my house. Oh, okay. So was it like are you moving to a different location for health purposes, or are you selling your house because the house is like causing health problems? Is that what it is? 'Cause people think you might have like mold in their house, they don't know. You know, because mold poisoning is real, folks. I've heard of stories of where people had mold poisoning, mold toxicity, and they didn't even know. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of times you can't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't see mold a lot of times. Like sometimes you can. Sometimes it's blatantly there in your face. But sometimes you won't even notice it. It could be under the floorboards in your house. It could be in the attic or some shit. But I've heard of people that end up getting mold poisoning and it caused like a whole bunch of crazy ass weird health complications. Like stuff that the doctors don't even know what's going on. They say, here, take this drug, take this medicine. And it's like really some other shit going on, you know? So yeah. Yep, yep. What's up, D.O.? What's up, man? How you been? D.O., welcome back. I remember you. Happy New Year, by the way. I ain't seen you since last year. Type shit. What's up, though? Uh, yep, we gonna get through this together, like Bunny said. Yep. Empath. Yeah, I think I am, honestly, yeah. Because even sometimes, if I'm in a certain room with certain people, I can feel it's almost like I like to joke about it like this by saying I can feel like a disturbance in the force. And I'm like, oh, the vibes are fucking weird here. I gotta go. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't one of them kind of people that just be like, I don't care who's around me. If I want to be here, I'm going to be here. Like, no, if I'm uncomfortable, I'm getting the fuck out of there. Straight up. If I'm in a room with people, you know, popping off, being funny, acting, and weird, and I can feel it's like you could feel it. You know what I mean? Like it's like a sixth sense almost. Like you could feel the vibes. The energy is like shifted. Most people can. I think everybody in the world, everybody alive has some type of like psychic um, capability, some type of like you can perceive things, right? Some people are a little bit more detached though, and they can't pick up on it as good. Some people, who knows? They could be using shit, substances that like alter their brain chemistry to where they can't pick up on it as good, right? Some people are not as connected, especially people, in my opinion, people who are like, not to make it about religion, nothing like that, but people who are like atheistic. I don't believe that they have the same ability. Like they're a little too disconnected, you know? I think it helps to have faith in something, a higher power. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, man, there's times where I'm in certain environments, certain rooms, wherever, and I just get that vibe. I get that feeling. And I was like, oh, it's time to go. Time to go. You know, like when you can kind of feel secondhand embarrassment, shit like that type of ability. You know, somebody does something, and it feels awkward and shit like that. Like that capability to be able to perceive that also is like a type of that where you can feel it. You know, it's subtle, but you could be in a certain room around certain people, and like I don't know, it's not necessarily like what they're saying, but like just the energy. You know what I mean? There's a combination of shit. What people are talking about, what they're saying, how they're saying it, uh, physically, like what are people doing? You know what I mean? Like their behavior, you know, their body language. And I make eye contact with people when I talk to them. I don't care if it makes them uncomfortable. I honestly don't give a fuck. I'll look right in somebody's eyes when they're talking to me. You know what I mean? Look right in their eyes. If I'm having a direct conversation with somebody, I look right in their eyes because I can pick up on stuff way easier. I can tell if somebody's lying to me by looking at their eyes. You know what I mean? Like if they talking to me and they looking at me, I probably done gave it away. Now somebody listening to my chat gonna be like, next time I see him, I'm not gonna let him look into my eyes. Yeah, okay. But no, I can do that. You know. Like if somebody's making eye contact with me, I look at them and I pick up on it. Like I analyze them. I'm like, oh yeah, this motherfucker lying, and I just play dumb. I say, ha ha, okay, and I remember that, and I walk away, and I probably stop talking to their ass. You know, I just don't deal with them, or I deal with them only in a certain way. You know what I mean? Because it's not good enough to just say something like, oh, you're lying to me right now, because they're gonna deny it. No, almost nobody's gonna be like, yeah, yeah, you're right, you got it. So you kind of gotta just take the information for what it is. Excuse me, and treat people accordingly. You know, sardines. You don't like sardines? Well, if you like fish, I mean, sardines is nothing but a fish. it's pretty much the same thing, you know. You said I miss fish, but I miss good health too. Yeah, I mean sardines ain't that bad, you know. But just make sure, like, if you get a functional medicine doctor, ask him about it. You know what I mean? Don't just take my word for it. But what's up, Blad Meal? Good morning, man. How you doing? Oh, selling the house for money. Okay, I got you. To get the money to invest into your health and everything. I feel that. Yep, get the mercury. Yep, cost 3,000 for the first filling. Have 4 more to go. Damn. You said I can feel it, and I see the demons too. Now I've never seen nothing. I've actually never seen nothing. I have a friend though. Ironically enough, so like I'm a Gemini with a Cancer rising and Sagittarius moon, right? One of my best friends in life. He is a Gemini like me, same thing, but his moon and rising sign is flipped compared to mine. Like Sagittarius moon for me, rising Cancer rising, right? He is Cancer moon, Sagittarius rising. How ironic is that? And me and him are like the best friends, you know. This is a guy who I can go like months or years without talking to him, and you know I'd see him or talk to him for the first time, let's say in a long time, right? And it's like I just saw him yesterday. Like it ain't nothing, you know what I'm saying? So me and him, I mean, we get along really, really well. That's like my brother, you know. This dude's like my brother. But now he told me that he can see shit. You get what I'm saying? It could be the Cancer moon. Who knows? But like he told me before that he saw some shit. I remember one time we was at one of our other friends' house, and we was all this was back, you know, when we used to smoke a lot of weed and shit. And we was at his house, at another friend's house, and everybody's like partying. It was like somebody's birthday party or some shit. Some other person that's not in our friend group, but like they were hosting the party at our friend's house, and I think he said it was after smoking, or it was after eating some brownies or some shit. I think it was like brownies, you know, like edibles, right? And he said he had to get up out of there, cause I didn't notice nothing. But then again, I was drinking that night, so maybe that had something to do with it. But like he said, he had to go. Like he just ended up walking out the house and just walking home. He was like, bro, I was seeing like demons in people's faces and shit. I said, what the fuck? So when he said that to me, I was like, oh boy. I said, well, I'm glad nothing happened to me there. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I was just chilling. I wasn't really talking to too many people, just kind of chilling, playing music and stuff. But yeah, I believe people can do that. I believe people can do that for sure. Vladimir, you can feel it too, Vladimir? Vladimir, what sign did you say you are, man? What's your zodiac sign, Vladimir? I don't forgot. Seeing them in my near-death experience was heavy on my nervous system. I bet it was. I bet it was. No vibrational energies. Yep. The dystonia pulls my head so hard that it makes eye contact hard. I can believe that. Yeah, I can believe that. Vladimir said, I really want to eat crab legs. Too expensive. Crab legs. That's funny. Yeah, crab legs can be pretty good. Lobster. Yeah, crab, that kind of stuff. Be glad you don't see him. No, I'm glad I don't see him. You said y'all got past life connection. That could be true. I would not doubt that. I would not doubt that. I would not doubt that at all. I think it's him and a couple other people that I have in my life right now to this day that there has been like some past lives together. You know, for whatever reason, I'm not too sure. I don't understand the purpose or reasoning behind it. But yeah, I do feel like me and him, we probably do have like some type of soul connection from a previous life. You know, because I'm telling y'all, like me and this dude, you know how sometimes you bump heads with people and you argue a little bit. Me and him, like, it's weird. Like, I'm not gonna say we never disagree on stuff, but me and him get along like really fucking well. Like this dude, it's almost like how can I put this? I would say I get along better with him than I do my real brother for sure. Yep, that's my homie though, man. That's my homie in real life, big time. A really good friend. Matter of fact, what's it called? I met him. Let me see. I met him and a whole bunch of other people. Yeah. Around the same time too. It's kind of ironic. Within the same year, maybe even like a certain span of months, when I switched schools, when I went from the school I was going to, growing up as like a young kid, to by the time I became a teenager, it was like him and a couple other people I met. The mother of my son, I met the same way. Like, all because I moved. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I feel like him, her, and a whole bunch of other people I have like some type of like spiritual connection to. You know, it's awfully strange, for sure. You said I can see people's faces more that got attachments. What that mean? What that mean, attachments? Well, Nasta 777, what's up? I'm showing you off in Russia. Do you mind that you're famous in Russia? That's what's up. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Russia. That's what's up. You see them sober? Okay. Yeah, that sounds kind of scary. I ain't gonna lie. Blamio said I see people's faces change too. That's crazy. But see, I never heard of that. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never. I should change how I said that. I've never experienced that. Is what I'm trying to say. I have heard of it, but I've never experienced that. And I hope. Listen, I don't want to ever see no shit like that. I'm good. I don't want to witness no shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm good on that. Jay Dooley, what's up, Jay Dooley? What up? What up? Vladimir said March 18th, so you are a Pisces, like my dad. My dad was a Pisces. Yeah. So that don't surprise me. Most water sign people do pick up on some type of like psychic shit. You know what I'm saying? You work on the 37 key too, bro. You got one of these, man. That's what's up, Jay Dooley. That's what's up, dog. Okay, let me catch up with the rest of the chat so we can get back to playing the tracks. Uh, yeah, some people are narcissists. Yep, I agree. And I think everybody at some point can experience or like, what's the word? Express some narcissistic trait. Different people in different points of life, I think, maybe can get like a big head about themselves and get overly arrogant or overly confident to the point where it's like it seems that way. But let's be real. Narcissistic stuff, or a person who's a narcissist, that's like a real diagnosis. You know, a person who's a narcissist, they're like super, super, super self-absorbed. You know what I mean? They don't consider nobody else. They don't think about nobody else's feelings. They don't take in consideration other people. You know what I mean? They don't care about how they affect other people, whether it's positive or negative. If they want something, they're gonna get it. It's their way or the highway, like all the time across the board. You know what I'm saying? They lack compassion. People who are narcissistic lack compassion. You know, it's like a real psychological issue. You get what I mean? So, you know, if you look at somebody, whether it's a man or a woman, if they don't know how to be nurturing or affectionate, or they don't know how to show care or concern for other people, then they could be a narcissist. Yeah, for sure. It really could also be some other shit. Maybe sociopath, psychopath. Who knows? I'm not a psychiatrist, but yeah, it's alarming. It's a little bit weird. Let's see. Soul Tribe. Yep. Soul Tribe. Yep. Part of my Soul Tribe. Yep. Talking about the people I was talking about. My good friends, man. Good friends in life, for real. Yep. Let me say, if you show down the video, you can see people. What you talking about? What video? What video? Huey had to pay attention in the video. What you talking about, Blamio? What video you talking about? You say your real brother's sociopath? Damn, that's messed up. Oh, demonic attachment. Okay, yeah. And honestly, like, not to get off into this topic either, I'll just say this real quick. Sometimes a person could like experience encounters, physical, intimate encounters with other folks, and pick up demons off of them. You know what I mean? Like, let's say if someone's in a certain type of lifestyle, meaning they hook up regularly. I'm not talking about like whether you straight, gay, bi, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. If that's you, right? That ain't how I live my life. You know, as far as alternative lifestyles, right? You know, I'm a man with a son that I had it with a woman. That's just my reality, okay? But whether you're gay or whatever, I don't care about that. But a person who, let's say, is out there being promiscuous, all right, that's what I'm basically talking about. A person who's promiscuous, I don't give a fuck if it's a man or a woman. More than likely, though, women have this kind of issue that if you're in that lifestyle, you can pick up on really, really bad negative energies and it can fuck with you. You know what I mean? There's even like statistics behind us that women that, you know, live that kind of life, they end up kind of messed up mentally. You get what I'm saying? So, not just emotionally, but mentally too. So it's real shit. But yeah, spirits can jump off of people onto you, especially you know, a person who drinks a lot. I firmly believe this. This is why I don't really drink for real nowadays. If I drink, it's like a couple times a year. But I really believe that a person who drinks, even if they don't drink a lot, but if they get like drunk, they open themselves up to other shit. You see what I'm saying? Like y'all ever heard of times where a person gets really drunk and they end up doing like some real crazy off the wall shit, stuff that they would never do when they were sober? It's like, well, no, that was a part of them, but you know, it wasn't necessarily them. It just was something that like got a hold of them. That's what I believe, you know. So yeah, some shit that a person would not do sober, but they do it when they're drinking. Sometimes folks say, well, that's just the real you. That may be true in some circumstances, but sometimes it could be some other shit going on too. I ain't trying to make no excuse for nobody. I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, they were under control by something else. No, you know, they still had the choice to drink in the first fucking place. You see my point? But the problem is once a person gets drunk and they're going off, you know, the deep end, so to speak, who knows what could happen? You know, they open themselves up to all type of shit on an energetic level, on a spiritual level. So that's why, you know, if you like to drink, man, just really be responsible. You know what I mean? Uh, I don't, I can't think of too many times in my life that I've gotten drunk and started wilding out. You know, maybe because I have a strong spirituality, it could be that. I don't know, but yeah, I've never, I've never drank and went out and just started doing like some wild, crazy, like, oh, you know, I'm finna go do all this. And no, most of the time, if I drink, I just stay my ass at home. I just like to, if anything, I don't even want to go nowhere because I'm like, well, I'm safer here. You know what I mean? I'm safer at home. Fuck that. I ain't finna be going out getting drunk around random ass people I don't know. That's just me though. You know what I mean? That's me. Narcissist, sociopath, psychopath, and meth heads, junkies get attachments. Yeah. Yep. People who just use and abuse a lot of shit. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Okay, you gotta get back to work. I got you, Jay Dooley. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, dog. Have a great day at work. All right, don't work too hard, and I will see you next time. All right. I appreciate you, dog. Hopefully, you know, when you come back, I'll be playing some music, playing or making music, you know. But Jay Dooley, if you're still out there, man, you can always rewind the stream a little bit and watch some of the replay. It'll be up for a little while. Most times it goes to members only, but I've been leaving these streams up for you guys for quite a while. Like there's streams from weeks back that I have not put on members only yet. But that's gonna change, cuz we in the new year. That shit, I'm finna get back to doing it like after a day or two, like I used to. I used to like leave my streams up for about 1 or 2 days, and then put them to members only. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna have to get back to doing that because I've been, you know, I've been just kind of just like, all right, whatever, you know, let them watch it. But no, we gonna put them. We gonna go back to members only, dog. At least the ones where we are making beats, right? If I'm just playing music and that's all I'm doing during the stream, then that'll be free to the public. I don't care. Y'all can watch that whenever you want to. But if I'm making beats from scratch and like doing the whole process and all that, yeah, that's going to go to members only after a period of time, for sure. For sure it is, for sure. So speaking of which, if you guys want to become a channel member, which I highly recommend, you can go ahead and click that link in the chat. I don't see why you wouldn't do it, to be honest with you. If you like to make music, if you like to see how I make my music, if you want to see the process of me making a whole bunch of different beats from scratch just like that, or anything else I play, okay, hit the link in the chat or hit the join button today, okay? So there you go. There you go. Uh, Narcissists don't have empathy, yep. Speed YouTubers fake change too. Really, what you mean? You said speed, talking about I show speed, what happened? You said the level determines the calculation. Oh, I forgot. What was we talking about? You said I had to get away from my siblings and my mom because of narcissistic abuse. You said STD spiritually transmitted. Yeah, spiritually transmitted disease. I believe that too. Let's see. Fake change two is a demon. Who's the demon? Black Mill. What you talking about? Are you saying speed? You saying I show speed? So he's out working a bar spirit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you working in the bar, I bet you see all type of crazy shit. You probably see some people come in there and they're just chill and they're just enjoying a night out, right? I definitely believe that there's some people that are just going out to just, you know, have a good time and they're just, it's lighthearted fun. They just drink a little bit and They just chill, talk a little bit, maybe just kick it with their friends or their family or whoever, the boyfriend, girlfriend, husband or wife. But then it could also be like meeting people and just talking to random people just to socialize and like get out the house. But then you have some motherfuckers that go to the bar and they get turned up, they get wasted and shit, and they be doing wild shit. They probably go home with people they don't know. They probably get into fights and start arguments and get into some shit where they end up getting locked up, or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Like I said, do whatever you want. Is your life? Yeah, true. Brains of memory. Yep. Let's see. What was that? Oh man. You know something? I forgot something. One second, y'all. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. My bad, y'all. I had to step outside real quick. Yo, thank you, Bunny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. 7 months. Shout out. That's awesome. 7 whole months. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. I gotta take a screenshot of this. That's impressive. I appreciate you, Bunny. That's pretty much almost how long I've even had the membership thing set up. You know what I mean? That's pretty dope. Yeah, because I think I did like last May, around last May. Yeah, wow. Thank you, Bunny. I appreciate you. Vladimir said, watching the new Scream movie? Probably not. I mean, I'm not gonna say I never would, but I don't really watch movies nowadays. Not for real. You said Speed, he sold his soul to the devil, he became famous so fast. Well, don't think that. I mean, listen, just because someone becomes famous doesn't mean they sold their soul to the devil. You know what I mean? You have to look at somebody's actions and what they do. Now, if you see somebody that never talks about God, they don't talk about Jesus, or they get uncomfortable when somebody talks about it, then there's a chance that, yeah, probably. But even then, they could be just, they could just maybe not familiar with it enough, or maybe they're just not comfortable with their own belief or their own faith system. It could be that too. Yo, Stony, yo, thank you so much. And I like that 1111. Those are special numbers. Very symbolic to me. You know what I'm saying? There was somebody who I used to, I think I said this to you before, but like, there was me and somebody who would always like recognize and acknowledge 1111. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I see those numbers, it means a lot to me. So shout out to you, Stony. I really appreciate you. That's what's up. God bless you and thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Well, I think that's a good sign for the day. And how about it's time to play something? Yeah, y'all ready for some music? Uh-huh. Y'all ready for some music? Y'all ready for that music? I gotta see what this is, because this is something I made like not too long ago. About, yeah, a few weeks ago. Almost a month ago. Oh no, it's been a month. It's been a month. That's weird to think like the end of December was a month ago. Isn't that crazy? That's super weird. Man, time is actually, I don't know what the hell's going on. It feels like time's speeding up a little bit. Like some days go by hella long, right? They go by slow. Some days go by hella fast. Like a week could go by and you're like, damn, a whole week? Like it's already Monday again, or it's already the weekend again, that kind of thing. It's crazy. But all right, we made this a month ago. Let's see how it sounds. It might sound good, it might sound stupid. Yeah, all I know is I haven't played it in a long time, so let's hope it's actually good. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh, you got 1111 on your wrist? I'm thinking I might get something like that too. I like that. I don't remember what I did with this. I will say though, I don't know why I haven't played this in so long. It sounds kind of nice. And for the record, sometimes people thinks these are samples, but no, like I said, I don't know how to play piano for real. I'm not a piano player, so to speak. But what I'll do is I'll take my time, go in and just play notes. You know, like these are all placed in by hand, basically. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes my mind just like wanders off, and I just be adding notes in as I go, as I'm listening to the track, and just kind of do improvisation. I improvise, do some improv. You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyway, let's go back to it. My bad. I'm curious to see how this track sounds now. I'm sure there's gonna be some parts of it that are a little bit off, maybe. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Right? Hopefully not. That part's a little That's a really interesting track. You know what I mean? I kind of remember making that, but I really have not heard that in so long. But that was actually a track that I made on stream. I just haven't played it probably since. Yep, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. I thought it was gonna be one of those kind of tracks where I'm like, oh man, this shit needs some work. It does need touching up here and there, but it's not as bad as I thought. Wasn't too bad, man. Wasn't too bad. Excuse me. Let's see. Blameless had never had a picture of black and red Kobe evil. Really? Huh? Where are you getting this from, Blad Mill? Why are you saying all these people are bad and sold their soul and stuff like that? Why do you think that? I mean, I'm not gonna say nobody does it. I definitely have heard of people doing shit like that, and some people brag about it, which is crazy to me. But it's like it's an arrogance thing. Some people, I imagine, if they're in that position, they feel like, oh, I can't be touched. I have all this power. This is probably what they think. They think they have all this power, all this influence, money, whatever, connections. But at the end of the day, there is an afterlife. You feel what I'm saying? And I believe that. Even though I also believe in reincarnation, I also believe in karma. I believe in all these things. So, yeah, if you live your life a certain way, you sell your soul to the devil, so to speak, or literally, figuratively, or literally, you're going to have some fucking problems. You understand what I'm saying? And I'd imagine it's not worth it. I definitely believe a person can become successful without having to do that, stupid bullshit. And that's exactly what it is, in my opinion. Stupid bullshit. Yep. Oh, well, thank you, Stone. You said it sounds like I know how to play. Not really. I mean, I don't really know how to play, but I appreciate you saying that. Eventually, though, one day, like I have gotten better at playing piano than I used to be. I have definitely gotten better with it, but no, I don't know how to play. Not really, not really. You know what I'm saying? But thank you for saying that. Let's see. Stone, you said I'd be going down rabbit holes. I didn't know Kobe was evil. I'd be thinking he faked his own unalignment. Man, who knows, dog? Like the whole idea and concept of people, not being dead for real and all this other shit, it kind of boggles my mind a little bit. So I try not to think about it. But they say stuff like that about Michael Jackson. They say stuff like that about Tupac, a whole bunch of people, right? I don't know what to believe at this point. I just say, well, maybe time will tell. If they're alive, then they're alive. If not, then they're not. But there was rumors too that, like, if you think about Adolf, I'm not gonna say his whole name because there's like triggers in the fucking system about it. But like, the guy with the little mustache. Uh, there's a lot of evidence that points to him not really taking himself out, but like end up going down to Argentina and spend the rest of his life down there. You see my point? Like I've heard a lot of shit that kind of point to that. So I don't. It doesn't. It's not beyond me that people would fake their own, you know, physical ending, right? The ending of their life, fake that. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised that people do that shit, whether they're famous or otherwise. Because we hear about stories even of just regular common folk that do shit like that. You know what I mean? So yep. Vladimir said, I need to get ready to buy a Life is Strange, a new game. Okay, well, that's what's up, Vladimir. I hope you enjoy it when you get it. Yeah, most Hollywood are compromised. Yep, I definitely believe that. Yep. It is hard to know who's not nowadays, right? It's gotten to that point now in society where we can almost assume that everybody who is like in Hollywood, who is quote unquote celebrity, is possibly compromised in some kind of way. You know, I don't want to say everybody is, but a lot of them are for sure. Yep, I believe that. What's up, Van Torres? What up, dog? He said, I don't believe in Christianity or any of that shit, but I do believe in the concept of a soul. And while I don't believe in the conventional God, that don't mean people still can't sell their souls. Right. I mean, I believe in God, and I do believe all religions have some merit, but I'm not religious, if that makes sense. So I'm kinda along the lines of you, Van Tres, but I still have respect for people and their religions. Like if people want to be Buddhist or whatever, Muslim, what doesn't matter to me. That's on them. You know what I mean? But no, I definitely believe in God. I 100% believe in God. Yep. And I would never doubt that. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to tell y'all this. I've seen some stuff in my life, boy. I've seen some stuff. I've experienced some stuff. My dad, even before he passed away, there was a whole bunch of stuff that was, that he would talk about before he would, before he left. And my dad, every day, almost every single day, when somebody would call him on the phone and he'd pick up the phone, my dad would be like, they'd be like, how you doing? He'd be like, I'm blessed by the best, I'm blessed by the best. That's what he would say. And I'll say the same thing. I'm blessed by the best, the Most High, Father God, God in heaven. You know what I mean? And I'm not ashamed to say that. And I don't care who feels what kind of way about that shit. I don't care. Right? I'm not ashamed to say it, and I always say that. Yep. Yep. I'm standing on that. Yeah, but what's good, Vantress? What's up, dog? Story said, what if karma is now? Yeah, no, I believe karma is in all aspects of life. I believe karma impacts us now, in the afterlife, and all in between. You get what I'm saying? Good karma, bad karma. I believe, yeah. Some people experience instant karma too. Now I don't know if this is true, but I've heard and seen some things that lead me to believe that, let's say if you're an 8 life path, you experience karma quicker. Like just to kind of touch on numerology for a second, people who are like 4 life paths 4, they have to have like a very, very by the books, by the law, very not goody two shoes life, but like very, very follow the rules type life. Because anytime they get out of bounds or get out of the lines of rules, it's like shit smack them in the face. Same thing could be said about 8s. I'm an 8 life path, and people like me, and this is why like I'm very careful with what I do, right? I can make mistakes, and I have made some mistakes, right? I'm not perfect, but a lot of times I'm weary of doing certain things. That's why I'm kind of risk adverse, because there's times where people be like, yo, let's go do this crazy dumb shit, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I better not, because I've experienced shit where I like talk some shit to somebody and turn around and trip over something. You get what I mean? So I say, yeah, let me not be an asshole. Let me try my best to not be an asshole. Especially with me being a Gemini, boy, y'all can imagine the mouth that I got where I could be saying some shit, man. I've said some shit, boy, to really get under people's skin. You get what I mean? I'm not proud of it, but there's been times in my life where I've said some shit to really hurt somebody's feelings. You know what I mean? And, I do my best nowadays to watch what I say, watch what I do. You get what I mean? Because I just don't want no problems. I like having peace in my life. You get what I'm saying? So, some people be popping off. When I was young, I did that shit. But yeah, nowadays it's like, well, if there's a reason to say something and it makes me, if I get mad enough to want to say some real crazy, hurtful shit, I get the fuck out of there. I say, I can't be around you. You know what I mean? I can't do it. Especially over these last 6 months, especially going this spiritual journey I've kind of gone on. Man, boy, these last 6 months have transformed my whole life, my whole way of thinking and everything. If you go back exactly 1 year ago, I was still peaceful then, but I was more likely to say some shit if I needed to, right? Or if I felt like I needed to, I'd be like, yeah, okay, all right, bitch. Like I would really get at somebody. But nowadays it's like, no, if I feel the need to like go off on somebody, I just say, well, let me just stop dealing with this person. You get what I mean? Or at the very least, if it's somebody who I can't avoid dealing with, I'll do my best to maintain my, emotional stability, emotional control, right? And just, display a form of stoicism. I'm not gonna let them get me out of character, push my buttons, or trigger me in any kind of way. I just say, well, I have more control over myself than that, right? And most people do. It's all a matter of like, what do you want to allow yourself to do? Do you want to allow yourself to go there with somebody, right, in that kind of negative way? Or do you know how to maintain yourself? You get what I'm saying? So I'm not speaking from no high horse and saying I'm better than anybody, but it took a lot for me to get here. You see my point? I had to work on myself and had to say, well, I got to practice patience, got to practice self-control. You get what I'm saying? And this shit ain't easy, folks. I'm sure everybody in this chat has experienced something in life where somebody pushed your buttons, got underneath your skin, made you feel like saying some shit or even doing some stuff. Sometimes people be popping off, some people get like violent. Some people like get physical and want to start tearing up shit, putting hands on people, destroying property, all type of shit, Some people do that. Think about a person who like, I use this as an example. Think about a person who like gets mad at a video game and they break their controller. Like they get mad and throw the controller across the room, or they punch a hole through the wall. That's a person who lacks self-control. Period. I don't give a fuck who you are or how you feel about that. You lack self-control. If a person does shit like that, that's a lack of self-control. That same thing can boil over and affect other aspects of your life. Somebody say something to you want to put your hands on 'em. Like I was talking about this on one of my game streams. If somebody called me the N-word, right? Even though I'm light skinned, I'm still black, right? Considered black in society for sure. But like if somebody called me a nigga or whatever, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm not gonna get mad and want to fight you over it. Whether they say it nigga or with the ER, with the hard ER. I don't give a fuck. It's not my place to put my hands on people. Now, when I was younger, I might have felt that way, but I still might not have done something like that. Luckily, I've never been in a position to have to like fight somebody over some shit like that, but I have been called the N-word to my face. You know what I mean? And by I'm saying like people who are not black, right? But I never, and even then at the time, I still would say some shit, but I never felt the need to be like, I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass over that. You see my point? But a person who does that kind of shit, who wants to hurt somebody, inflict pain or harm against somebody because of something they said, you lack self-control. Period. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Okay? So people have to understand like what's worth it. Cause you beat somebody up because they said something to you. Well, look who's going to go to jail. You. You see my point? You're the one that's going to have the consequences. Somebody's not going to get in trouble for saying some shit to you. Now people might look at them bad. Somebody who calls me the N-word to my face, people might look down upon them and say, oh, this person's racist. They're an asshole. They're a bad person, whatever, right? That's their consequence. Now, if I get physical with them or do something as a result of that, right? Let's say if I escalate it or I overstep or if I, take it to a place where it don't need to be, now I'm in bigger trouble. You see my point? So, at the end of the day, it all comes down to control, folks. Self-control, self-control, self-control. If you know how to maintain yourself, control yourself, you will have less issues in life, for sure. All right? But yep, we kind of started talking about the karma thing, and then I got off into the 8 life path and all that type of shit. But yeah, that's what I heard. People who are 8 life paths, we experience like instant karma. So I'm a lot more careful than I used to be, for sure. Yep. You know what's funny too? One thing about 8 life paths as well, it's both sides. People who do shit to us, they experience karma like that. You see my point? Like if we do stupid shit, we experience it fast. We experience like negative results fast. But at the same time, if somebody crosses us or does us dirty or does some type of thing against us, harm, says something to us, you know, does something with lack of consideration in regards to us, they experience instant karma just like that. I've seen this happen numerous times. This is how I know this is true. That's why I believe the other part, with it going inward towards me is true as well. Because I've seen people like I say, hey, don't do that. I don't appreciate that. I don't do that. I don't want you to do that. You know what I mean? Like establish my boundaries with certain people or whatever. And they'd be like, I don't give a fuck. Shut up talking to me. And they turn around and like literally sometimes I've seen shit hit people in the face. You know what I'm saying? Like they turn around and run into a cabinet door or some shit. Or they almost slip and fall, basically. Shit like that. Like I've actually seen, those are just a few examples, but I've seen that happen. People will do little dumb shit, and I'll be like, all right, that's cool, man. I'm gonna remember that, and I ain't even gotta do nothing. I don't even have to like be like, oh, I'm gonna get you back, or I'm gonna do something. I don't seek revenge on nobody. You know what I mean? I let God take care of it. God in the universe, I let that handle you. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gotta do shit. I ain't gotta do nothing. I just sit back and watch. Like, all right, well, hey, I'll let you know, hey, that's not the way to go. But if you want to continue, well, then good luck. All right, see how far that gets you. All right. See, right as I say that, it's my phone says 737 6644. Wow. That's a lot of repeating numbers, man. Interesting. Black Mill said, you make good music. Thank you, Black Mill. Thank you, Stony. Sounds really good. Thank you. Fancher said it is not confirmed, but there are former Russian intelligence people who have said the mustache man was actually killed by people related to Stalin after they invaded Berlin. That could be. I don't know. I'm not a historian, Ventress. Am I a good chef? I think I've cooked pretty good food, yeah. I wouldn't consider myself a chef, but yeah, I've made some really good food before, for sure. I mean, I cook pretty much every single day. Now, sometimes I'll make enough food to have leftovers. You know what I mean? And I'm not really like a meal prep person. I don't be sitting up like you see some of these YouTubers where they'll prep like enough meals for a week and shit like that. I don't do that. But I'll cook like either every day or every other day, you know? Sometimes, maybe sometimes once every 3 days I'll cook. But I like to cook and also don't like to cook at the same time, if that makes sense. You get what I mean? Like, I don't mind cooking, but sometimes I would rather not. You know, but at the same time, I rarely ever order food. So it's like if I don't cook, I'm not going to eat. You feel me? I don't like to use the microwave. I don't use a microwave at all. I have not used a microwave in about 3 years, 3 or 4 years. I haven't used a microwave. I just cook it all on the stove, either air fryer, stove, or stove top. Yep. If I'm cooking something, you get what I mean? In the oven, I mean, stove top in the oven or air fryer. Yep. Vantra said, so maybe he didn't die in the bunker like people said, where he killed. Yep. But I feel like around that time, oh man, if they knew, if they knew a foreign power had him, it probably would have scared the shit out of him. Yeah, yeah, it could. Yep. We don't know, right? So they said because like they control through religion. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, religion can be definitely a form of control for sure. Yep. Be yourself, me too. So he said like hell is now, like earth is hell. Excuse me, I've heard that. Like there's a guy named I'll say AJ because YouTube, you know, they flag his name as well, but AJ. I'll say his first name is Alex, last name J. Okay, Jones. But it's a shame we gotta talk like this. Ain't that a bitch that we gotta, be like, well, don't watch what you say, cause they listening type shit. I hate that shit. Irks the fuck out of me. But just for the sake of being careful, right? Alex Jones. All right. But he had a website, and he would even himself say like Earth is like a prison planet. You know. So yeah, I believe that. I believe that for sure. We come back here and reincarnate as souls to keep learning lessons, valuable lessons on a spiritual level, and I also believe that as well. You know what I mean? Vladimir said, "Good people help people in the end. Pick up people who have gifts in heaven." Yeah, I see your point. Stony got Gemini Moon. Shout out, shout out. That's crazy. That's hella cool. Gemini Moon. Wait, what's your rising again? I think you said it before. What's your rising, Stony? And Vantrez, you know your stuff, bro. Vantrez, you're a Gemini or like a Cancer or something like that. You know what your rising and moon sign is, Vantrez? Do you know? But hold on one sec, y'all. Hold on one second. Yo, yo. All right, we back. Appreciate y'all patience. Mojo in the house. What's up, bro? Good morning, Mojo. What up? What up? Oops. So let's see. Let's catch up with the chat real quick. Do, do, do. Oh, Black Mirror said no one's good. We're all sinners. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there is good people though. I'm not gonna. There's good people. There's bad people. There's good people. There's some people that are in between. There's some people who are confused. Some people who are trying to be better, and some people who are bad but they don't know they're bad. You know what I mean? That definitely is a thing too. Some people they be like, "What do you mean? What you talking about?" And it's like, "Yeah, you're an asshole." It's like, "No, I'm not." It's like, "Yeah, you didn't know you're an asshole." You know what I mean? Like, "Yeah, you're an asshole." Yeah. And everybody they turn around, look at everybody else, and they all nod their head like, "Yeah, yeah, you're an asshole." Yeah. So some people are like that. But what's up, everybody? We got a few of y'all in the chat, man. What up, though? Hit the like on the video, sub to the channel. Let's try to make it 44 likes. How about that, man? That's a good number, right? 44. Let's see the 44. I like that. Stony said it took a lot for me, too. I used to match energies, but not anymore. Yeah, I mean, the matching energies thing, with me being a Gemini, that's something that we typically do a lot. But nowadays, if somebody's being negative towards me, I just try not to match that bullshit. You know what I mean? I try to keep it high vibrational, try to be positive, try to have that good, optimistic outlook. Look for the silver lining, right? And I just don't like to argue with folks nowadays. It's draining, That's how you know you're changing as a person. When you don't get energized from arguing with folks, that's how you know you're changing for the better. You know what I mean? When you get around folks and they being goofy, and it's like it's kind of bringing you down. It's like there's a reason, It's not because it's not something you're supposed to be doing no more. You see my point? That's not what type of time we on no more. Uh, we had to train our anger. Yep, Black Milson. So he said I used to get in fist fights. Damn. See, the last time I fought somebody for real was I think in high school. Yeah, I had some times as an adult where I almost fought for real somebody, like a real fight. You know what I mean? But the older you get, like when you become an adult and you be fist fighting with folks, it's dangerous. Especially as a man. When we fight, boy, we ain't playing. Like if we just shadow boxing or like, it's a sanctioned match, that's one thing. But if you fighting because there's some type of issue, I mean, most men we know not to fight each other because we know that if we get into a real fight, most times we ain't gonna be holding back. At least I know I won't. You know what I mean? And when they say Gemini are a little bit crazy, we are when we need to be. You feel me? So if some shit goes down, then yeah, I'm gonna have to get with it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like to do that. I don't like to do that. Vandra says I used to be like that about racial stuff, but I feel like being mixed will attract a lot of ignorant people. Yeah, that's true. When you're mixed, Vantrez and me are both mixed. Vantrez is mixed with different stuff, but we're both mixed with black. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, when you're mixed, you get bullshit from both. You get bullshit from your own people on the side that's non-black, and then you get some bullshit from the black side. Black folks, white folks, whoever, right? I'm black and white. You know what I mean? My mom is white, my dad was black, so that kind of shit, right? I get it from both sides. But we just gotta roll with it, bro. We gotta roll with it. Yep, we gotta roll with it. Let's see. Yep, mixed people have it the worst in society sometimes. Yeah, I agree with that. You said I heard that too. Also heard it with the chosen ones. What you mean? I forgot what's the context of that, Stoney. Yeah, you said your kids are biracial though. They went through crap in school. Yeah, I bet. I bet. You know what I'm saying? And with my son, his mom is black, so he's not really, I wouldn't say he's biracial, but he's pretty much my same skin complexion. You get what I mean? His mom is way darker than him, but he looks like me. And he looks like me all the way 100%. Like his face, the way he looks as a baby is how I looked as a baby. His skin complexion, he might be like half a shade darker than me. You feel what I'm saying? So I already know as he gets older, he's gonna get some type of he's gonna be teased with. But then again, in his generation, I feel like a lot of kids are mixed. Like the babies that are coming up now, I feel like a lot of them are mixed, right? A lot of them. And so I firmly believe like his generation will be way more accepting, way more tolerant. You know what I mean? At least more respectful. I'll say that. I don't want to use the word tolerant. They'll be more respectful. You get what I mean? Because people in the 90s and even before that, you know, that shit, I heard people call my mom like an N-word lover. You feel what I'm saying? I've heard all type of crazy shit. I've heard people say some of the worst shit, you know? But it don't really bother me, especially nowadays. I don't give a fuck, you know? But, you know, some people are just stupid. What can you do? What can you do, right? What can you do? So you say you love cooking, it's the cleaning? Yeah, you know, exactly. Yeah, having to do the dishes afterwards and clean up the everything, the stove, the everything. If you you know, if you're being like kind of just, you know, carefree with it, you might have stuff on the floor, on the countertops, and you gotta wipe it all up, sweep up and mop up. I mean, of course, you know, get it done, but still it's like damn. It would be nice to be able to like levitate the food and make it do itself and then boom, it's done. Or just imagine it and it's finished, right? But no, I mean sometimes cooking is fun. I actually like cooking, but yeah, the cleaning process, yeah, I feel that. I don't like having to do the. Really, it's the dishes that I don't like having to do. I don't mind sweeping up and wiping off countertops and shit, but man, I hate doing dishes. I fucking hate it. I hate it with a passion, especially like with me coming from you know, having eczema as a kid and stuff, and even sometimes as an adult, like using the soap and washing the dishes dries the fuck out my hands. You know what I mean? So, you know, most times whenever that's happening, and if it's happening bad, I just say, okay, well, I just need to eat like more vitamin E foods, more like omega-3 foods, that kind of stuff, and it usually helps. But wintertime, yeah, wintertime's rough on my skin for real. But right now, you know, it's looking pretty good. Thank God. I ain't really, yeah, my skin ain't too dry. Not really. Let's see. Venture said the Infowars guy, we'll just leave it at that. If anyone wants to look at him up, you can have to walk on eggshells nowadays because people are so damn soft. Yeah, yeah. Yep, some people just, damn, my bad. Some people are just, you know, overly sensitive. They get offended at every little damn thing. And it's like, you know, we ain't got time for that. You got to grow up. You know what I'm saying? Folks got to grow up and get over themselves a little bit. DJ Reek, yep. Shout out to DJ Reek. He said, what's the topic of conversation? All type of shit, bro, really. Earth is a prison planet, yeah. Yep. Have I seen Texting in Code? Fall of the Call? No, I have not seen that. Is that a movie or a documentary or something? Venture said, I was born in mid-June. Don't know what that makes me, but yeah, you a Gemini, bro. If you was born like any time before the 21st, right? Yeah, like any day before the 21st of June, then you are between, was it, I think it's May 21st or May 20th all the way to June 20th or 21st. If you're born within that window, you're a Gemini. Gemini. Yep. Stoney's rising in Scorpio. Okay, so Scorpio rising, Gemini moon, and Scorpio sun, right? DJ's finna go eat and be back. I got you. Hola, Mojo. Hola. Stoney said Mojo reasons are fire. Yeah. You know, he's definitely got the talent. He's got the skill. He knows how to look and see what needs to be seen. You know what I mean? That Gemini Sag don't play. Yeah, man. I mean, shit. You know, I can be a hothead sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But like I said, now as I've gotten older, I try to like practice more patience. Like if people are really pissing me off, I just say I got to get up out of here. I have to go. I have to. You know, and I have. You know, the good thing about it too is I have like 9 Earth placements in my chart, right? 9 of them. 6 of them are in Capricorn. I got 2 Taurus placements, and I got 1 Virgo, right? Virgo is in my house. I think it's not the house. It's in the house of home or whatever. Whatever one was it, the 4th or 5th house, or whatever, right? Whichever the one is about like your home environment, that's where Virgo is for me. So I like a real neat, organized space. I don't like fucking clutter. I don't like no. I don't like shit to be all disheveled and scattered all. I hate that. That shit makes me. It feels like if my environment is in disarray, stuff is out of place and disorganized, and there's like shit laying all around, and a bunch of random useless things, I feel like mentally scattered, if that makes sense. So I like real minimalistic, neat, organized environments. You get what I'm saying? Like, oh man, it's deflating. If I'm in like a cluttered environment, it's like deflating. It makes me feel like I like claustrophobic a little bit, you know? Like it makes me feel like I can't think straight. Look at that, we got 11 folks and 44 likes. That's what's up. My phone's on 44%, and that's something weird, isn't it? That's something. Oh, yeah, something. But yeah, Gemini says, yeah, fire and air in the top two, the moon and the sun. Yep. And then with me being born under a full moon, it's very perplexing a little bit. Like I never understood it, but yeah, sometimes I go back and forth with shit. You know what I mean? It makes me. I've become more decisive as I've gotten older, but sometimes I have moments for sure of being indecisive, where I'm like, I feel like this, but then I want to do this, and but then I feel this way. Yeah, I kind of go back and forth sometimes. Sometimes, yep, sometimes. Mojo said, I'll be back later today. Was going live yesterday, but this fast kicking me around a bit. Oh, you was gonna go live yesterday. Yeah, yeah. No, I thought about that too, Mojo. I'm like, I'm not surprised that he's taking, a break, taking it easy. Because you should. Remember you came in the stream the other day and you was talking about how like it's best to just rest and stuff like that when you're fasting, which I agree. When I do one again, I don't know, it might be in the month of February, it might be the month after that. I don't know. Whenever I decide to do a fast again around the moon cycle thing, just for the sake of it, I'm not gonna be doing shit. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. I'm gonna give y'all the heads up and I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna be fasting and you guys won't see me for like 2 days. All right? Because I ain't playing the second time. The first time I did that fast at the beginning of January, bro, I had a headache. I did not feel good, bro. It was fucking rough. I was in a bad mood and shit. I was like, bro, this sucks. This sucks bad. I was like, I'm not into this. So yeah. And that's why this one I wasn't even really prepared for it. So I said, I'm gonna sit this one out. I ain't fasting this one. Nope. I'm good. I'm cool on that. Mojo said Geminis do have the ability to get very real and very cold very fast. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we sure in the hell can. Yep. I've been called an asshole before, yeah, quite a few times. People be like, you're just an asshole. You're such an asshole. And I say, I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm like, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Yeah, we can go there. We can definitely go there with folks. But do I like to be that way? No. I definitely don't like to be that way. So that's why nowadays, instead of me popping off and saying some shit and just really being like, a complete, mean person to somebody, because I tell folks, I'm not nice. I'm kind, but I'm not nice, all right? I'm not a nice person. I'm not a nice guy. But I'm kind, I'm very kind. I'm kind and compassionate, but I ain't nice, you know? That's why I tell people, I say, don't fucking play with me. You get what I'm saying? Don't play with me. Because some shit is like, some stuff I don't tolerate. You know what I mean? But if it don't bother me, then nowadays I just say, well, I ain't gonna say shit about it. I could say something. I could really go there, but like, does it really bother me that bad? No, and if it does, I just separate myself. I say, all right, well, I can't fuck with this person. I'm gonna keep my interactions with them to a minimum, Yep. 48 hours in right now, I could snack. You eating tonight though, ain't you, Mojo? You going back to eating tonight? Let's see. Vladimir said, do you want a new job for the future? What you mean? You asking me, Vladimir? Do I want a new job for the future? I've been putting mine off, but it feels so good. What you mean, like a fasting, Stony? You should try it around the moon cycle thing, like whenever, what's it called? And I saw something about this years ago, but I didn't think nothing about it being like a fast. I just thought about it like from abstaining from stuff, But like, yeah, when the moon's in your sun sign, apparently it has some benefits to abstain completely from any and everything, including food. But not water though. Definitely still drink the water. All right. Dry fasting is fucking rough on the body. I don't agree with dry fasting. I know that Muslim people dry fast, but I can't do that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can't get with that. But props to anybody out there who does, you know, this major respect because this shit is really damn rough. You know? Let's see. Meyer Soap was Meyer Soap. Want to say almost say hi with that last chap? Stepping on. Oh, okay, he stepped on it. That's what's up. What up, Gumbo? What is that? Bracket, 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 bracket? You type bracket, bracket. Okay, I'm gonna check out the documentary. I'll check it out. Let's screenshot it then. Texting and code. Got it. Got it. Got it. Thank you, Stony. Damn, boy, how far behind am I in the chat? God dang. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. Home is the fourth house, right? Okay, yeah. Virgo's in the fourth house then. And sixth house is daily habits routine. Let me see what that one is. Sonny said, watch it to the last clip. Your mouth will drop. All right. I've been seeing 4-4 everywhere. Interesting. Yeah, my phone's on 44% though. I don't know if y'all can y'all see that right there at the top? 44% right there. You probably can't see it. This mug ain't focusing. No, it ain't gonna show it. It's blurry. It's too blurry. Yeah, whatever. 44% though on the charge, on the percentage, the charge percentage. Faux. Look at the inception though, man, with the camera in camera. Like you can see like the phone within the phone, and so on and so forth. Let's see. Bunny said, taking care of all by myself makes it extremely difficult to stay neat like I used to, so I've had to learn how to function in disarray until I find some help. I feel that, Bunny. I mean, listen, anybody who can function, you know, despite like things being not organized or things being in a little bit of disarray or whatever's going on, I give a lot of props and respect for that too, because it's hard for me to do that. Just to be honest, it's hard for me to push past it and make that work because I'm just be like, bro, I just like stuff in its place. You know what I mean? I like it looks so much better to me because as a Gemini, first and foremost, I will say that a lot of people are aesthetic. People are very visual. Men for sure are very visual. But like me being a Gemini man, I like aesthetics. I like things to look neat and organized. You know, I care a lot about appearance, even my own appearance. So, and that's a whole nother reason too why like when I decided to lose the weight, I was like, this has to be done. Cause I don't like looking overweight. I don't like being overweight. I gotta look good. You know what I'm saying? I'm still a young man, you know, 34 years old. I'm still young. So it's like, yeah, I gotta look good. You feel me? Yeah, you know, if I was like 90, shit, I'd be like, all right, well, I've done all I could do. You know what I mean? Just thankful to be alive. But yeah, no, with me being this young, ain't no excuse, you know? But no, I just like shit to be organized. I like things to look neat, in order. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I may not be physically up for it. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I don't feel like doing certain things. I'll just leave it for the time being. But best believe as soon as I get the chance to, I'm putting shit where it needs to go. Shit finna get organized real fast because I just can't let it sit like that. It fucks my head up, you know? I can't do it, cuz I can't do it. Let's see. MJ, what's up, MJ? How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Vladimir say always take a break. Yep, got to. Yep. But I always feel better when Orange streams like this. Oh, thank you, Bunny. Thank you. And it makes me very, very happy to have you here. All right, Bunny, shout out to you. And the rest of you in the chat, even the ones sitting way in the back, I appreciate y'all as well, okay? Don't think I didn't forget it. You know, I didn't forget about y'all. Let's see. Mojo said, I don't treat people well or badly. I treat people accordingly. Ah, yeah. That's accurate, yeah. I like that. Don't treat people well or badly. I treat people accordingly, yep. Yeah, because some people, they be like, you should just treat certain people with respect. It's like, fuck that. Do they deserve it? You know what I mean? Like, if a person comes at me a certain way, I'm not going to just show them, like, you know, just, like, respect regardless. Like, oh, well, you know, even though, they're fucking stupid, I'm just gonna be, no, hell no. Fuck that. If a person's an idiot around me, towards me, disrespects me, is, ignorant in any kind of way, inconsiderate, all that type of shit, all right, well then you're gonna be disregarded, in more than one way too. Straight up. Now it depends. If someone's joking with me, that's one thing. Or if I don't care that much about the person or care that much about what they're doing, that's a whole nother story. But if somebody is like, especially somebody who's close to me, if they're doing something to me that I don't like, I'm gonna let that shit be known, like real fast. Like, yo, like I don't, yeah, that bullshit you doing, cut that shit out, straight up, or don't fucking talk to me. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna be talking to me, dog, and I ain't gonna be talking to you. If you keep that dumb shit up, then we ain't gonna be communicating, period. And I mean that. But some folks, they gotta learn the hard way. Some folks gotta learn the hard way, unfortunately. But they learn. They learn either way, right? Motors to the fast ends this evening. That's what's up. Stoney got the 11-444-111. 11-444-11111. I like it. Oh yeah, it must have been 11-11 then, huh? Yep. Yeah, about 6 minutes ago. So it's 10 for me. So I got about another hour. But said I used to make a wish at 11-11 all the time back then. That's what's up. Yeah, because look, I tell folks, and I have to remind myself of this. I keep forgetting about it. But anytime it's 11 past the hour, right? So let's say if it's 8-11 or 7-11 or 2-11, whatever, you can still make a wish. At least that's how I like to look at it, right? It doesn't have to be 11-11 on the dot. It doesn't have to be. But if it's like I said, if it's like 3-11, if it's 10-11, whatever, 12-11, still make a wish. Make a wish, like a little prayer. You get what I'm saying? Like a little quick prayer. Yep. Most of the time, though, I just wish to have like a peaceful day, peaceful, productive day. You know what I'm saying? A day that is filled with productivity, just good vibes, fun, right? Things that are fun, things that are productive. And I don't know, it's weird. I've rewired my brain in some kind of way to where if I'm not being productive, if I'm not getting something done, then it's like I'm bored. Is that weird? Like I used to be, I ain't gonna lie. When I was younger, man, I was the type of person where I wanted to sit up, smoke weed all day, drink, play the game, fucking just do a bunch of nothing. Now I still play the game now, but I stream with it. I do other things too outside of that. But I have to be doing something. You know what I mean? I have to. If I spend too much time, like if I'm spending more than a few hours doing something that's not quote unquote productive, boy, I feel like I'm wasting my time. I start getting anxious. I start getting real anxious, and I say, "Oh shit, I'm wasting time now. What the fuck? Like I need to, whatever I'm doing, I gotta stop." I say I need to shift direction. Like yeah, there's some shit that could be getting done right now, you know. And sometimes it's like it's a little bit overkill because like I'm kind of like a workaholic at the point now where it's like when I should be asleep, I'm trying to get shit done. It's like no, I be telling myself like you should be fucking in bed, like straight up. But I'm like, no, but I could do this. I could get this done. And my brain constantly thinks of shit to get done. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know how I got this way, but I think for one, streaming every single day and then just like being very, very determined about my goals, setting goals and saying, I got to get these done. It's made me like, yeah, I wouldn't say it's unhealthy, but I'm very determined. You know what I mean? I'm very, very determined. And it could have something to do with all that damn Capricorn in my chart too. You know what I mean? Yeah, it could have something to do with it. I don't know. But it helps keep me grounded. Helps keep me be more down to earth. Cause yeah, boy, if I didn't have those placements, man, I could be popping off. At least I would assume. MJ's a Muslim. I got you, MJ. I got you, man. Shout out. Motor said no food, no caffeine, no nicotine, no alcohol, no schmexy time, right? All for the window when the moon is in your natal sun sign. That's right, yep. So he said got to watch it all the way to the end. Okay, the documentary. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Stoney, what is it on though? Is it on YouTube? Is it on Netflix? Is it on Amazon Prime? What's it on? Where can I find this? Moto said you can have lemon water or herbal tea. Vegetable broth is okay as well. Avery, what's up, Avery? Look at the guy. Look at the is guy. You said look at the is guy. Avery, look at the is guy, really? Not young, by the way. Oh, yeah, I'm young. I'm still very young. Yep. Yep. Older than you, but definitely young. You know what I mean? And I feel young, too, which I'm grateful for. I'm very, very grateful. You know? Because, listen, there was a time where in my 20s I didn't feel young. Like when I was in my early 20s, boy, I was zipping around like zippy doo dah type shit. You know what I mean? I could wake up, I could smoke and drink all night and wake up the next day and get up and go to the gym. Like that's how resilient I was. But like I said earlier in the stream, I said, yo, this shit will catch up with you. So I had to even learn this the hard way. Eventually I got to a point where I wake up with the hangovers, wake up not being able to breathe for real, be having like asthma problems, shortness of breath, everything. And I'm like, what the fuck? Having real bad headaches, having like little to no energy, gaining weight, all type of stuff. I'm like, yeah, I gotta change something. And I will go back and forth over the years until, like I said, once I became a dad, once I became a father, it's like it changed my whole perspective. I said, okay, all this shit I'm doing, fuck this. I gotta quit. I quit smoking. I said, I gotta fuck this stuff. My son is more important than anything that I'm doing that I think is fun, but I know it's hurting me, right? Because I want to be healthy. I want to live a long time. I also want to be in a good enough shape and a good quality of health to where I could be a father to my son, where I can have the energy to keep up with him. You know what I mean? So, sometimes things in life happen to get you on the right track, right? Yep. And I can definitely say that was one of them. That shifted things for me. I said, all right, it's time to cut this bullshit. The cigarettes ain't worth it. Fuck that. Avery said, if I'm 70 plus, I don't care how I look, to be honest. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, maybe I might feel the same way when I'm 70, but then again, I might not. Because I know 70-year-old people, 80-year-old people that are still riding the bike, still exercising, still doing all that stuff. I've seen people in their 70s that look like they could be, a bodybuilder, like do competitions and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I want to look. When I'm 70, I still want to look that good. Trust and believe that. You know? Let's see. Stoney got like 5 different mushrooms from her doctor. Okay, yeah, like lion's mane and reishi and turkey tail and cordyceps and all that. Shiitake mushroom, reishi, chaga mushroom, all them. Bunch of good stuff, really. Brewed them with turmeric, cinnamon, and ginger and made like 4 pitchers of tea. That's what I drink on my fast with water and lemon. Okay, that's what's up. I think that's actually pretty good, on a fast, yeah. Every day I work out like 50 to 60 minutes a day for volleyball. That's good. That's good. Staying active. Blamio saying in Canada, what's a lot? A lot of snow, too much? Huh? What'd you say, Blamio? What? So he said I went 7 days. It felt so good. Man, 7 days is a really decent period of time to fast. Like the very first time I ever fasted in my life, did a water fast, it was for a week long. And it was life changing. Like, I'm going to tell y'all this. So you think about like the Matrix, right? And you feel like you stand still and you can just see like life. You can see like you see shit in slow motion. Like you feel like you can see everything happening like moment to moment. It's the weirdest thing. I believe anybody who's ever did a prolonged water fast knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like you just feel super, super present. You ain't super worried about the future or super worried about the past, but you're super present. You get what I mean? Like you're really, really in the moment. It's the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. Like you think about like being in a flow state. When you fast for a long period of time, it's like your mind becomes so clear. It's unbelievable. It's the weirdest thing ever. It's not, you don't got no brain fog. You have no brain fog if you have like a lot of toxins in your body. And let's say if you're severely overweight, your body's trying to get rid of the fat. The fat cells got toxins in it that's being dumped back into your body. That's one thing. But let's say if you're relatively healthy and you're not really that much overweight or maybe not overweight at all, when you do a water fast, for like 3 days plus a week, around there, man, you're going to feel so clear. You're almost going to be like, well, I don't even need food no more. Like you kind of get to that point where you're like, fuck food. I don't need to eat. You know what I'm saying? If anything, you think about food more so just for like for fun. You'd be like, I would like to eat something just for the heck of it, but uh, you feel like you don't even need it at some point, you know? Which technically you don't, but you can't go your whole life without eating. Like you could possibly go a week or 2 or 3. Maybe you can go a month without food. You might be able to go 2 months without food. There's cases of people being able to go months without food. There's one guy who I saw a video about him. It was a case. It was supervised, it was medically supervised, but he was like really obese. He was hella fat, like too big. All right, and he did a fast for about a year, I think. Like that, yeah, either it was a whole year or almost a year or something like that. And it transformed his health. But like I would never suggest anybody ever do no super long ass fast, let alone a year. That's crazy. Like if you're gonna do some shit like that, you have to have good reason, and you should also be medically supervised. You feel what I'm saying? Moto said very beneficial stuff there. Keep rocking it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, water fasts are excellent. Avery's working on jumping higher as a tall girl. I need to jump good. Okay. Mojo took all the brain fog. Uh, yep. Avery said, I personally have to respect people. I'm too young to be rude without being grounded. Yep, that's true. Yep. Stony makes content. Oh, by the way, everybody. So anybody that has a wrench in the channel, here, let's do